Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 21st, the end of the test drive. Can I get a quick sound check? And can you see my screen, please? Need a couple of yeses. Thank you, Bob. All right, what is happening this morning? So, remember yesterday we were wondering whether or not BDTX would rebound. So far, a mild rebound, mild. Okay, it had a little bit of a move at the end of the day. Of course, this is the one that got absolutely hammered yesterday. And a little bit of a move at the end of the day and after hours. I don't see a press release from them. I don't see like IOVA, so it's maybe not going to be quite like IOVA. And I have no idea if this rebound will continue. Speaking of IOVA, this is still recovering well. IOVA still recovering well. 1982 looks like that was almost $20 was the high of yesterday. So just have to wait and see what happens with this one. See if it's still in kind of recovery mode. MOXC. Okay, are you still up? Yeah, still up. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see anything specific on it, but it is up. VFF. Yeah, a little bit of a gap up for it. VFF. 200-day moving average, 979, so it's about $1 away. Yalla. YALA snapped up $150 million buyback program, stock buyback program. So that is the reason for Yalla being up. Starting to fade though, starting to fade. MTCR, insiders buying. Nice gap up for it. Low float, 11 million in the float. Not that much volume right now. Then that's the news after hours is what popped it. Insiders buying. ANVS. So, Alzheimer's drug. I guess positive data is an Alzheimer's drug. Crazy low float, guys. Crazy low float. 4 million in the float for a $37 stock. So I always like to say it like anything can happen. No idea what's going to happen if it's going to keep moving. $48 2 months ago was the high, probably on similar data. RFIL. Let's see if this is still up. RFIL. A big topping tail up here. Yeah, it's still up. $7.6 million order. Another low float. Another low float. METX, a little China education stock. They said their April billings and student enrollment were quite robust. That is METX. I don't know what to make of this one. This is the China IPO from a couple of days ago. JZXN. It's up 27% right now. All I can see, it closes the $26 million IPO. So I'm not sure what that exactly means, but at any rate, this is up. Space. Big UBS upgrade to $36 price target. So that's the reason for the space pop this morning. A couple other ones that I've been noticing. No volume yet, but this is a earnings play, BBIG. This has been active in the option scanner the last couple of days. Well, actually, the volume is not picking up. But, that's right. The volume, it wasn't that the volume was so terrible, but it really hasn't moved much. But BBIG was on the option scanner the last couple of days. So this still has some room if it picks up. I mean, it's only at 4 cents right now. BBIG. SUP, I've got this on my list just to maybe kind of follow it. There's no volume yet, but I guess they've regained compliance, NYSE compliance. There's no volume yet though. And again, here's another one I don't quite get. I was trying to see what the news is. I mean, I see some news on it, but I don't quite understand this. It's obviously not our true gap. So I don't quite understand what's going on with this ONTX. If somebody has any other insight, I'm just looking to see if it stopped trading. No, this is yesterday. So yeah, I don't quite get what's going on here for ONTX. Well, you know, and that's what I thought. I just couldn't see I didn't see any headline on that. I mean, you're right. I mean, obviously it has to be a reverse split for this to be doing this. I just don't see the headline of the 1 for 50. There it is. It's funny, I don't see it in IB. Okay, so this is the 1 for 15 reverse split. Okay, thank you. Okay, this one is starting. Wow, look at this move down here for TAL. TAL, the China education stock. Starting to move down here. TAL. So I don't see any bio disasters this morning. You know, like the last couple of days, we've had the IOVA and then the BDTX the day yesterday. I don't see any big bio disasters today. Speaking of BDTX, it is starting to move a little bit, guys. Not very much action, guys. Look at this. Not too many in either the gap up or gap downs. BLDP just popped in here. U1 was in the gap ups and now it's in the gap downs. These are the 4 scans that I use for pre-market work. I've got my pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, the gap up and gap down. Available from my homepage. Well, here's one, guys. ENVB. I'm not sure why I didn't see it before, but ENVB. ENVB. This is a big one, actually. Well, big. I mean, it's 16 million in the float. Big gap up. ENVB. Let's see what's happened here. So after hours, so ENVB, I'm just trying to see if there's what the news is on it. Yeah, there's got to be something. They must have released something after hours yesterday, ENVB. Now again, another low float, 16 million in the float. What sort of room does it have? So it's at 285 right now. Looking left on that weekly chart, we see 280. And then we say 326. So, you know, I don't know. 3 might stall it. Is this shortable? This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just checking to see if there's anything else kind of interesting happening. Looking at some of these bottoming tails, guys. CCL. So CCL, there's one of those bottoming tails that we've talked about, right? Well, actually, a little bit later. Well, there's one right there. There it is at 8 o'clock. Another one. This could start to drift down towards that. I mean, this is no guarantee, of course. It's not that far away. 27.53. We're at 27.85, so it's only 30 cents. Now, CCLs did say that they're, I think, resuming they're going to have 3 cruises. Can't remember if it was July or August. But the other one, NCLH, also had a bottoming tail. It looks almost the same. Look at that bottoming tail. Now, let me see this one. This is down to 29, a little bit further, 29. Again, the theory being, and this is, it's just a theory, that maybe these bottoming tails, even though we've discounted them in the past, actually might mean something, and that the stock at some point will drift down towards that. I mean, there's no guarantee, of course, and I'm not taking the short right now. In fact, I think I have an alert set right around there, around 29.43. If it breaks down there, I might take that short. Yeah, I saw Tesla also has a big bottoming tail. So did Tilray, TLRY, another bottoming tail. But, this is at 15, well, actually, 1520, 1494. So there's another There's just not enough room. I like to see these bottoming tails where there might be $1 at least. Again, guys, this is just something we're noticing, okay? This is not a hard and fast rule by any stretch. Here's obviously another one for ARC. All right, let me see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything interesting and see if it's in the similar. Yeah, my goodness, these analysts, they're all over the upgrades, hardly any downgrades. So let me just get a few of them in. So here are 3 China education stocks: GoTo, EDU, and TAL, taking it on the chin, as opposed to the smaller, very, very small one, the METX. Got a couple of upgrades for AT&T, T. There's that upgrade for SPCE space from UBS. I'm just seeing that now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and there are very few downgrades. That's it, only 4 downgrades. I'm not saying, that's obviously not the entire list of downgrades if you searched, elsewhere, but that's from briefing.com this morning. Well, ONTX, I mean, they did the right thing. I always talk about these reverse splits, okay? So if you're going to do a reverse split, and then what you try to do is very soon afterwards is have some kind of a PR, which they did, I guess. Not I guess, they did. So that means, let's just do some quick math here. It's about 15 million now on the float. Let me just do some quick math. Yeah, so 14.7. So it's around 15 million now on the float. So that's at 221 million. That has now been reduced to 15 million in the float with that 1 for 15 reverse split. Yeah, I know that, Peter. Somebody has already pointed that out, that it seems to be only the TI charts that seem to have these bottoming tails. For whatever reason, I don't know. Somebody mentioned that with their IB charts, and I'm looking at my trading view charts. I don't see the same bottoming tails. But we've noticed, especially in the pre-market, that sometimes, they just gravitate towards that price. I'm not saying that this is not a hard and fast rule, obviously, but it is somewhat interesting. Look at these China education stocks. Look at tall guys, tall. EDU is doing the same thing. And GoTo, GOTU, three of them are drifting down. Whereas one of them, a very small one, METX, is actually gapped up 22%. They did release some news that April billings and student enrollment were up. Yeah, BBIG, I mean, it's an earnings play. It's not doing anything yet. It has a lot of room. That's the interesting thing about it. Well, 368 is the next high. Looking left, and then after that, we've got 405. It's an earnings play. And as I mentioned before, this showed up in the option scanner 2 days in a row, right here and here. So not huge moves in the scanner, but just trying to see if there's any specific reason for this tall moving down. I mean, I'm looking at some news from the 18th, which is, a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. New alert falls on unexpected regulatory tightening, China tutoring. But this is a couple of days, this is 3 days ago. So I don't know what's going on here. Why can't this one just go away? IHT, again, doing its thing. I mean, look at these topping tails on the daily chart for IHT. Yeah, well, for the ONTX, you just have to wait for the market to open. I mean, it's flattening out right there. Again, it's a 1 for 15 reverse split, but they did announce some little news. So that might juice the stock a little bit. So it's 15 million in the float now. Just have to wait for the market to open. Not shortable for me. That's typical after our reverse split. Bottoming tails. Not so much the topping tails, the bottoming tails. Yeah, we've just sort of noticed that, you know, even though it seems like it's only the TI trade ideas charts that are showing these, it seems that sometimes, many times, they seem to gravitate at some point during the day back to that price. Okay, not obviously not a hard and fast rule. As far as the topping tails, haven't quite seen it the other way. Well, again, it's doing its thing. IHT is doing its thing. Another, I mean, it's a low float, 2.9 million in the float. All right, guys, I want to get set for this open. Let's see if anything else showed up here. Any volume. I have my doubts about this ENVB. I think 3 probably is going to be tougher to get through. It's just that it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers for me, so unless I'm missing something, guys, I don't see any major catastrophes in the bio world today. Like we had a couple of it this week, IOVA and the BDTX. I don't see any today. If anybody has one, and it has to be such that it's almost at an all-time low. Right, I'm going to get set for this open. And as always, very interested in my gap continuation or reverse all day long. So if you're looking for action, this is a great window, okay? If you're a somewhat seasoned trader and you can kind of discern, you know, what the charts are telling you, this is a great window for a lot of action. Well, those bottoming tails seem to show up at around 8 o'clock, Brian, so it doesn't really matter the time frame. You know, this one didn't. I have to admit, this one did not. NCLH did not show up at, this showed up at 8:45. But the CCL showed up at 8 o'clock. It showed up also here. This could be interesting, guys. I mean, here's a couple of bottoming tails now. And again, I know I don't see them. It's interesting. I don't see them on the well, maybe a little bit. Let me just see here. Yeah, I don't see them on my trading view charts, but I'm telling you, I mean, they seem to be maybe a precursor of what could happen. Yeah, they only did not take out the high, this high of yesterday. I still have it sitting here. Actually, it must have taken it out at one point. Let me just create it again. All right, guys, the market is going to open in less than 30 seconds. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, 2, 1, 0. We were open for action now. And again, we won't see anything in these two windows until at least 9:45. And I have you might, if you took this one from my homepage, you'll start to see some alerts probably right off the bat. I put a 15-minute delay on this on purpose, just to let things settle down a little bit. You gotta be so careful on this one, guys. This ANVS with that low float, $35 stock with a 4 million float. I mean, that is really, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably a good thing. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Just I like to see things settle down a little bit. Look at it's a tough one to say, BDTX. How whippy this has been. 1470 all the way down to 1425. Boy, I'm so tempted on this NCLH, but it looks like it wants to drift down to this 29 level, but it is too early for me. What I was hoping for on this is maybe just to base a little bit and then do this, but may not be doing this. What's the CCL doing? Again, CCL did have some, look at CCL. I mean, guys, I'm not saying this is going to get down here, but yes, I can share the 25% promo code. I like questions like that. Okay, there's the link. And here's the code. All right, guys, yeah, I'll pop this in right now. This is the promo code, 25% off, all right? And this will be good, I believe, until Wednesday at probably 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So there's the promo code, test drive 25, 25% off the first month only, in capital letters, only, or the entire year. But, as always, there's a big but. If you take out a subscription, say you take out a monthly subscription and you want to upgrade to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25% promo code. All right? Well, guys, MOXC on the move again. This is a great call by Zach. He can't hear me, but I think about, I'm going to say 4 or 5 days ago, he was talking about a 17, 18 target. Just use the, if you right click on the window, you just right click on the window. So because this is a multi-strategy window, you want to configure them all like that. So you click on configure all. You don't have to do this, of course. And then they're all going to be checked. Edit the selected. And then you can do a search on time. Click on time of day. When you have that, then you can add the filter. I've already got it here. And that, so it says 15 minutes. That's what puts the 15-minute delay. and then just say okay. Okay, so it's called the time of day filter. And we have a halt, and we have a halt on the way up. Wow, for ANVS. We have a halt for ANVS on the way up. Maybe you've maxed out, my Tesh. I don't know exactly. You say when you say a maximum of 3 trades, I don't understand what you mean. You mean you've tried to take 3 trades and now you can't take any more? It's possible you've maxed out you have $100,000 to start. It's possible you've maxed out. I don't know what you mean by you're seeing a maximum of 3 trades today from your. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. Well, guys, I may be wrong about the ENVB. I mean, it took out 3 like nothing so far. Well, I may be wrong. I mean, it's 16 million in the float. I still don't see any news on it. But look at this, ENVB. Okay, what do you mean by alt info in trade ideas, Alex? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Alt info, what do you mean by that? So you're trying to tell me that you tried to take 10, okay, but did you max out? You have $100,000, remember. So did you max out in the 3 trades? Yeah, but he's talking in the simulator, so that won't matter. Wow, look at Iova now, guys. This is all right. So Iova is really dropping, and as is BDTX. Looks like it's going to go negative. There's the low of yesterday. I mean, if it took out the low of yesterday, I don't know what's going to happen. So, Alex, I don't understand what you mean. I don't know if you heard me. Look at Iova, guys. What a big drop. Now, it's gone negative now. All right, Alex, can you hear me? This is somebody in our YouTube room. Oh, I'm sorry. Halt. I thought you said alt. Yeah, right here. The halt resumes. Okay. So it's one of the scans I'm sharing. If you go to my home page, go to the scan section. And just put the link in. Okay, and just go to my scan, go to the scan section, and one of the scans is called halts resumes, okay? A lot of bottoming tails now for CCL. Now these are in the pre-market. I mean, typically, the whole idea of typically bottoming tails means that the sellers knocked it down, the buyers took took it back up. The sellers knocked it down. The buyers took it back up. Usually that's bullish, okay? In I'll call it normal market hours. But when we're seeing this in the pre-market, I don't know. Sometimes it just means that something weird is happening. Be very, very careful on the ANVS, guys. I mean, again, I'm going to just keep harping on this. $4 million in the float for a $41 stock is ridiculously low. Yeah, I mean, there's the high, Martin. Yeah, I mean, there's the high a few weeks ago when it did its thing a few weeks ago. This is an Alzheimer play. All right, what is the market doing to start off? So the Dow is nice, big positive, the SPY's positive, and tech is positive. Not by much, but everything is positive right now. So we're off to a nice open. Look at that big first 15-minute SPY candle. I have another, what, almost 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes to close. So we have a positive open to begin with. Somebody was mentioning triple D. I'm just checking some thumbnail charts on my other monitor to see if anything's interesting happening. All right, one of the flyers from yesterday, OXBR, along with the U1. I think U1 is dropping also. Yeah, U1 is dropping, OXBR dropping, probably CARV is dropping. CARV is just hanging in, actually. This might join, though. Not very much volume yet for CARV. RBLX, it's probably way outside of my price range, but let's take a look at it. RBLX, yeah. Ah, right, this was the IPO back here. I sort of remember this one. Almost making an all-time high. There's the all-time high up here, 83. How is that Oatly doing? O-T-L-Y, or Oatly. How is Oatly doing? Yeah, I'm still holding out for this high, this break of yesterday's high. See if that takes it out at some point. Paradox. It's funny, I had a huge complaint from somebody a while ago saying I shouldn't be telling people not to trade in the first 15 minutes. I don't tell anybody anything. I just say what I do. And the only reason I do is because people have asked me, how come you don't trade in the first 15 minutes? So I tell them. Well, yeah, I mean, ANVS, what was the spread like? Actually, the spread is not ridiculous. So this is taking out this high right there now, 47.99. Well, we're at that high. You got just a little bit above it. That was not from you, Vicky. It was not Vicky. All right, well, we do have a reversal now for EDU. Will it continue? Well, my thought, somebody asked my thoughts on BDTX today. I was kind of hoping it would have a nice big recovery day, but right now it's, it's hard to know. I mean, it's just slightly above yesterday's high. I was hoping we'd see more like an IOVA from yesterday or 2 days ago. No, yesterday. Yeah, I was hoping we'd see maybe something like this for the BDTX, but it doesn't look like it. So, I mean, if this takes out the low of yesterday, this could just continue lower. It was worth watching it. I was hoping what they do is do like what IOVA did and come up with a little press release also. Maybe Monday, yeah, maybe. I don't want to lose complete sight of it, but thank you, Vicky. Wafu, okay, another China education stock. Let's see. Yeah, I mean this one can be really crazy. I mean, look, 1 million in the float. I mean, it's already kind of crazy, 20%. A lot of resistance, probably right around 9, so it's got some room if it wants to keep running, but this can be very, very whippy. Indicative of a 1 million in the float. Yeah, I just don't know. I didn't see any specific news. I mean, I saw some news on the 18th regarding China education stocks in general, but I didn't see anything today. How's that METX doing? Because that actually did have some news that they put out there. So it's not actually, so it is not, but it's not shortable for me. Okay, guys, ENVB has surprised me a little bit. So let's take a look at this thing. The next high looking left is 326. After that is 327. So if it can get through this 326, 327, then the next high is 368. So it's not that far. But again, I do not see any news on it. I mean, it had earnings on the 18th, but I don't see any specific news on it today. Wow, look at ANVS, man, oh man. Well, another halt for it. No shorts available either for me. Look at that float, 4 million in the float. All-time high, obviously now. All right, guys. Well, BDTX, if you is now showing up on the gap continuation, gap up and reverse. So let's just see. You got it this time. Yeah, you had me confused there with Alt, Alex. So for all the reasons it was down yesterday, they're still in place, BDTX. Now let's see if it can really. I'm looking to maybe short this one. I mean, it came up on the option scan. Excuse me, the continuation or reverse, gap up and reverse. Okay, for BDTX. I don't know. I don't know if it's part of the Reddit crew. To be honest, it's only 3% short float. I mean, usually they like something a lot higher, but I may be wrong. Wow, I missed this one. Look at the MOXC. Now I don't know how quickly that went, but there was the alerts. Gap up and go. MOXC 1634. Let's just see if it rests a little bit. Well, I'm looking to go short that one, William, but okay. These columns. Well, I guess I got to mention it, but GME is having another one of its days. Another little lots of action here for GME. AMC is a tough trader. Let me look at this bottoming tail here. Way down here, 1233. And it pops all the way up to 1283. Tough intraday trader. Yeah, so we have that first 15-minute SPY, all green, no real sell-off. Next 15-minute SPY candle continues green. Okay, so I saw your question, Green Trades. I don't understand why you can't see it. If it, I mean, it isn't pinned on my end. I try to when I share things. There it is. I try to when I share things to make sure it's unpinned. I mean, it's possible it was pinned, but if it's only one, I mean, it shouldn't be the thing that's really going to. But why don't you just delete it? I'll give it to you again. Just exit out. I actually did check. I don't even know if pinned works in the web-based version. Just exit out. I'll give it to you again, okay? And I'll promise it won't be pinned. Let me know when you've done that. Well, here it is, okay? Definitely unpinned. So I'll just save and share it to the cloud. So there it is for you. All right, William, well, I'm sorry. I might just scalp it out, but I hate taking a trade against somebody in the room. Oh, I don't think for a while, Don. There are some real bugs in it. Okay, I don't think for a while. We've really got to test it. I can't use it. It's unusable for me right now. It screws up. Well, I'm even looking here. It screws up all the columns, things like that. So, I mean, I don't know how easy that's going to be to fix. Oh, I just look at my computer clock as Siri. I mean, it's nothing fancy. So if I have a 15-minute candle, I mean, I know what time it is. I just look at my computer clock, in Interactive Brokers. So, so for instance, it's 9:59:03 right now. I know a 15-minute candle is going to be, about 42 seconds, 52 seconds to close. That's all. Nothing. Nothing automated. It's just a matter of looking at typically your broker will have a time clock. No, there's no point in my checking it. I know what it's doing. I know exactly what it's doing. For me, it's just a matter of abnormal option activity is just showing stocks that are trading abnormally. It's just another way to zero in on stocks trading abnormally. That's all. It's as I've said before, I don't trade the options, but it just helps to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Just another way of relative volume, abnormal option activity. So it's not the option chain, it's just showing abnormal option activity. So there was a nice one from the AI. See the triple D. The alert was at $26. It's 27 right now. Somebody mentioned that earlier in the trading in the room pre-market. All right. Well, you can have your BDTX now. Okay. I've already scalped it out. So this is kind of the reverse, guys. The ANVS, looking for the bio. I was looking for a collapsing one. This is just kind of the reverse, the one that's going sky high. Keep an eye on this ADES, guys. ADES. I mean, the volume is not huge yet. It's seven and a half times normal. It's a low float, 17 million in the float. Of course, taking out yesterday's high now. And if you look left on the monthly chart, 664. Yeah, so 664 is the next high looking left. If it can somehow take that out, you look left on that monthly chart, and the next high is 8. So, yeah, it takes out 664. I'm going to stick an alert on 667. And that is for ADES. And see if it takes that out. If it does, I mean, it's got room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying I have no idea if it's going to get up close to this. Even, it could stall. Even if it takes this out, it could just stall and move down. I'm just saying, all we're trying to do is take some chart resistance out of the equation. Yeah, no options. All right, BDTX seems poised to move down again. Hopefully you've taken whatever you wanted out of that. Oh, no idea. High a day for a. I mean, it's an all-time high, and you're on your own trading something like this. I mean, 4 million in the float, $62 stock. It's an all-time high. I have no idea if it will break 1350, Carlos. I don't think. I mean, if it takes out this area right there, 1360, yeah, I mean, it's trying to base right here. It may continue down, but I'm not going to predict that it's going to take 1350 out. Well, guys, this was the other crazy one yesterday. Look at this BRPA. Now, this is another insanely low float, whatever it is. We have 758,000, whatever it is. I mean, it's going to be very, very low. So it's a little bit like the ANVS. And it's been halted. And they're just, it just opened. The NVS just opened. And so, I mean, there's no, it's already at a lifetime high, so hard to know where it could go from here. The only thing is, it is not shortable for me at Interactive Broker, so I don't know how many other brokerages. I'm sure Zach is going to, well, he can't hear me, but I'm sure Centerpoint probably has. But if it's not readily shortable, then there's not a lot of downward selling pressure put on it because it's readily shortable by a lot of brokers. You're right, BDTX did break down. What was the low of yesterday? The low of yesterday was 1327. Today is the last full day of the trial, yes. This drive is over. Well, even if it is, I don't know how many people have shorts available for ONTX. The reason I say that is typically when a stock does a reverse split, typically there are no shorts available the day of. I believe maybe I'm going to say 4:30, Ajit. Okay, around 4:30. Don't quote me on that though. Somebody asked when the test drive is over today. I'm not sure the exact minute, but let's say, I mean, to be on the safe side, maybe 4 o'clock Eastern, but it might be more like 4:30. It's not a switch for all. There's a bit of a routine that has to take place, so that's why it's not that a switch is flipped. But yeah, everything except the AI is part of the standard service. I mean, there are other differences, but that's the main difference. That is correct, Roberto. That is correct. Yeah, so as you just make sure, and this is for everybody, okay? Anybody who's part of this test drive, everything you've done over the last 2 weeks, make sure you save if you've done anything in terms of creating layouts or scans. Save everything to the cloud. Save each individual window to the cloud. Save your layout to the cloud, all right? Because if you do decide to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything that all your work that you saved into the cloud will be available to you, okay? Just make sure you save everything to the cloud. $30 days, Saeed, okay? 30 days. Saeed, you don't take Mondays off, okay? U.S. market's open, so I want you in the room here. If I'm in the room, you got to be in the room. Yeah, the market's open Monday, yes. There's a Canadian holiday on Monday, but the U.S. markets are open. So the room is open. But Saeed, that promo will be good until next Wednesday. Okay, so if you want to delay it till even Tuesday, you can do so. The 25% promo is good. Yeah, so just to clear everything up, guys, if you take out a subscription today using that 25% promo, if you decide within 30 days that you want to upgrade, we'll honor the 25% promo, okay? And let me just put that promo code in again. Okay, I just popped that into our YouTube room. No, I know. Don't use that one. Just obviously use test drive 25. Okay, use test drive 25. I know it says. Yeah, I understand, Ajit. I get it. Okay, but when you click on my link, okay, I know it says, here, but obviously use test drive 25%. It just hasn't been changed. Okay, so when you click on Get Trade Ideas, and you do a purchase, just type in test drive 25, all in capital letters. Okay, you get 567 off. That's on the big, obviously. You don't have to take. Listen, guys, the other thing too, if you're not sure about this program, don't take on an annual. You can start off with the monthly, and if you do like it enough that you want to upgrade to the annual, and you do it within 30 days, then do so. But you know, you don't have to start off with an annual subscription. Just you got to be sure you want this program. Yeah, son of a gun. I wanted to take this one. The Ayala. I like that one. Just over that whole number. Really, really, I like that one. Oh, I wish it were 25%. I hate what our dollar is doing. Well, this DDD was a great alert from the AI. Look at this. That's what you want to see. 5-minute chart straight up. No pullback, no nothing. 2-minute chart, hardly any red. Of course, the 15-minute chart is going to look a lot like the 5-minute chart. Straight up. Boy, Iova is just getting kicked. What did it get down to the day before? 1686. So I looked at the TCS. It was on the gap up and go. However, if you look left, look right there, 1356 or 46 and 1390. So it might struggle to get through that 1346. I wanted to see more room. I didn't want to see that. As opposed to the Yala. Now the Yala has pulled right back down. I mean, look how whippy these things are. I mean, it got up to 1949, 1950, and it almost in a heartbeat right back down 1866. I mean, these are so whippy. Got to be very careful. All right, guys, the MAXN looks really interesting. I'm not telling you to take the trade. The next low looking left is 1591, so it's got about $1. This came on this was on the gap down and go. It's not an earnings play or anything like that, but it is moving down. Decent volume, fairly low float, 21 million in the float. All right, this one, this JZXN. I couldn't quite understand the press release this morning. I mean, they said they closed a $26 million IPO. I don't know what that means. I mean, here's the IPO. We know it was $26 million. Anyway, this is up 44% now. But awfully careful. Again, I think there were only 4.5 million shares. You know, I mean, this got up, I mean, this did the crazy also. It got up to $50 the day of the IPO, when the IPO was priced at around, I think it was either $5 or $4.50. Yeah, and it just got halted. Well, all traders are looking at are 3 days ago. That's all they're looking at right now for this one. The no way. JZXN. No. You mean on that bottoming tail? Did it finally gravitate down towards it? It's getting there. How about the CCL? CCL's doing the same thing. So there, strikes again, guys. Here's the bottoming tails in the pre-market. Now, what is the market doing? So the NAS is still up a little bit, SPY's up a little bit, Dow is still up. So old school stocks doing okay. The tech looks like it's trying to give it up. Let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, Qs are starting to fade. All right. This bid just has to catch up, or the ask has to catch up to the bid here for MAXN. When I took this short, the spread was nowhere this bad. I wouldn't have taken it otherwise. Kind of lost sight of the AIDS. ADES. I mean, yeah, it's another low float. The volume's starting to pick up. It's not great, but it's starting to pick up. Idea about what? Where it's going to open? 1085 is the predicted right now, but I mean, they had, again, I don't know how to read this press release. They said they closed the $26 million IPO. That's the press release they had. All I can say is this, you know, as I said before, traders are going to be looking at this. 3 days ago, it hit 50. Could it do something even remotely close? I mean, that's all they're looking at. I cannot predict where it's going. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of that press release? I couldn't. All right, so UONE got U1 got halted. I guess was it on the way down or on the way up? I guess it was on the way up, and now it's starting to romp again. Had a big day yesterday. Yeah, the up arrow just means if you clicked on MAXN, all that's telling you, it's not telling you to go long because it's an up arrow. It's just telling you that's where the alert happened. Okay. So that's all that's telling you. Now it's pulled back up. Did not do what I wanted it to do. I got a little bit greedy. I may be taking a loss on this, depending on what it does from here. See, the spread really widened. I'm just waiting to see what happens here. I may be taking a little loss. But, you know, if this is just a momentary pull up and it moves back down, it could continue down. Who's your broker, Lily, that you can short that? Yeah, so don't get confused, Alex. When you see, the question was, I think this was the question. So if you click on MAXN, all that blue arrow is telling you is that that's where the alert happened. It's not telling you to go long. It's just telling you where the alert happened, depending on the time frame you're looking at. There's a 2 minute. I'm not sure why it's not showing up on the same thing here, you know, with IHT. So there's a good example. IHT, some blue arrows. They're up arrows, but that's just telling you where the alert happened. Don't read anything else into it. All right. Whew. MAXN now. Come on. It just has to get that spread tightening up on the way down. It tightened up on the way up. When you click on any alert, okay, if you click on an alert, you're going to get a blue arrow. Okay? So when I click on Yalla, it's going to tell at 10:06. It's telling me that's where the alert happened. That's all that's what it's doing. And you just look at the different time frames. You know, there's the 2 minute, there's the 15 minute, and there's the 5 minute. So you can kind of, so this is why I have this on don't repeat, because I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, there is where I had an alert. What did it do from there? Fantastic. You know, 660, 694 now, as an example. So you can kind of go back in time when you have it on don't repeat. When you get a real-time alert, I think the candle has to close. That's the only thing. See, this is what I'm talking about with the MAXN. You see the spread right here? I mean, it has. When I got in, this was not as bad. It was about 4 or 5 cents, so I took the short. This has to catch up. In other words, catch up, move down towards that bid. And that's from Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's. All right, we're getting closer now. 54.57. We have another halt. EJH, another. So that was the other. Actually, this was the crazier of the two China IPOs, if you can believe it. The JZXN, that was crazy. This was the crazier one. This was also one, I think they came out, I want to say $5. Very few shares. Look what it did in 2 days. Got up to 81. It's insane. No, we don't supply level 2. Guys, I've covered some of this Maxan. I just don't like the way this spread is kind of whipping up and down. I don't want to get nailed in it. Now remember yesterday this was going wild, okay? So we only have a few alerts so far today from the gap continuation or reverse scanner. Wow, it's 10:30 already. Man, I'm late. I know everybody's waiting for my TI spiel. All right, welcome. If you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, guys, OTLY, just as OTLY is getting interesting. It's just at the high of yesterday. It tried to take out the high of yesterday. This is an IPO from yesterday. Okay, first of all, again, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, 9 to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. This is the way it is. This is not special for the test drive. This is what we do every day. I do want to put in, I'll be hammering this point. The reason I do it over and over and over again is because I get probably 10 emails after the fact saying, I heard you talking about the test drive, I forgot about it, and now it's over. Can you do anything for me? All right, so there is a test drive. Okay, I know when you click on my homepage, it's going to say 15% off using my promo code. Obviously, use this promo code, Test Drive 25 for 25% off, okay? So when you click on that, there's my homepage link. It's also up here as a tab. You click on that, and this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. So again, don't use this. Obviously, don't use this promo code. Use Test Drive 25. Click on Trade Ideas or Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans, and again, my recommendation is that you know if you're unsure about our product, just start off with a monthly plan. You can always upgrade. If you upgrade within 30 days, we will honor the 25% promo code. So standard is 118, premium is 228, minus the 25% for each. Now, if you don't upgrade and you just want to keep on a monthly plan, that's fine. But this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? No confusion here, right? No confusion. We get so many people, hey, how come I'm paying this rate after the discounted rate for the first month? Okay, this is what you'll pay going forward. The big difference is the AI between premium and standard. Other differences, but that's the main difference. We'll take a look at the AI in a little bit. More information from my homepage, and I always say this, save my link. You save my link, then you can take a look at all this information at your leisure, especially these two. I mean, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. These are all free, of course. Here are my scans. That's the scan section. Here's the layout that I'm sharing. And individual scans that I'm sharing. So you may have your own layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at my individual scans that I'm sharing. Education link, click on that right here. The 20 lessons, really recommend. If you're going to take out a subscription, take a look at this. All the basic features are covered. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, etc. Information about the AI, we nicknamed it Holly, okay? Brokerage Plus, a lot of information is here. Daily support sessions. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room because I take a break at 12. You can head over there. Before I go on my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. Today, I believe it's Andy. Daily webinars. We should be back on track next week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. Educational videos. Here's more people want a little more information about the AI. You can click on this link here. Well, it's not a link, but there will be a video about the AI. Starting trade ideas from scratch. And great little series. If you're new to trading, completely new to trading, not just trade ideas, but new to trading, there's a great little video series starting off with what is a stock? Trading ebooks that we created. So that's why there's a lot of information on my homepage. So save the link so you can take a look at all this at your leisure. Yeah, that ANVS is starting to get frisky again. Again, you're on your own on this one, guys. I mean, if I ever take this trade, I'm not telling anybody. I mean, 4 million in the float, I don't want to influence anybody. This is a very, very risky with this sort of a float. No, it's not. That is not planned MPS, no. I want to temper people. Listen, I mean, I know Dan's very excited about it, and he should be. It's a big change for us. But I mean, the major change is just the ability to have several layouts loaded at a time. Okay. Well, at least two, your own, and then you can take a look at the channel bar. All right, guys. Well, there it is again, moving down. Spread is now getting a little bit better. I did take some off. That's the Maxin. I just wish that spread would just stay 4 cents. I mean, I've seen some of the changes in the charts, you know, instead of you'll be like what we're really trying to do with our charts is get it more like the charting programs that are out there. It's going to take a while though. But you know, gradients, having time, so you can set your time right here, 1 minute, 2 minute, you know, the time of the chart right here, like most charting packages, just things like that. Yeah, Tofi, there's the promo code for 25% off, okay? And to take out a subscription, if you want, just go to my homepage. Click on my homepage link, and then click on Get Trade Ideas. Okay? Well, that's what it is. That's what I was just trying to say, my trades. You know, the ability to have a couple of layouts loaded at the same time. There are other things. There's docking and stuff like that, but it's very, very early, very premature. One of the things I've noticed, for instance, my columns, see these columns got all screwed up. You know, so there are some bugs. I mean, before it gets released, we have to fix quite a few things. This is the code. This is the promo code for 25% off. Test Drive 25. And go to my home page. Get Trade Ideas, and that'll get you started. So look at the market in fade mode now. Market in fade mode after the first 30 minutes, we were straight up. Now we're 45 minutes down. Oh, this last candle has about a little over 5 minutes to close. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, there's Bitcoin ETF or the de facto ETF for Bitcoin, I guess. All right, guys, so my spiel, keep going. What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. Essentially the US market. We do scan the Canadian market with some caveats, okay? But basically we're a scanner. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. We scan. We're a scanner. And if you think I'm being crazy by repeating it, is because we get so many questions like that. So this is a scan I created, very basic. I call it the basic new highs and lows. Start off with filters. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Relative volume, current volume of 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay? You start off with creating your filters. Because you don't want, if you have no filters and I just ask for new highs or new lows for the day, you know, I'd get thousands of stocks coming at me all day long. So obviously you want to create some filters so you only start to see stocks that are of interest to you. So these, you know, I like stocks between 1 and 20. You don't have to, you know, you can, this is one of the scans I'm sharing. If you want, you can just change the price range. Things like that, okay? This is what I like to see. So, if These filter values are met. These are all ands, so stock between 1 and 20 and the current volume, and the volume is 400,000 shares. So these are all ands. So if the stock meets all of these criteria, and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So that's why we see these stocks right now. Oh man, whippy, 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 whippy. Look at this, 64 down to 55, so a $10 drop just like that, and halted on the way down. So if you're wondering why I'm not, saying, okay, guys, everybody should be piling into. Well, first of all, I'll never say that anyway, but you've got to be so careful with something like this, ANVS. I mean, this could drop $20 in a heartbeat. It dropped 10 just like that. It can go up 10, of course. Now, one of the things that we did as a company, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we said, look, we're going to create a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts and all the filters, a lot of different filters. We feel that for the absolute vast majority of our customers, we've created enough alerts and filters that you can create a scan for the types of things you're looking for. Because most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. Okay? So that makes it really easy. And if you're just starting out, then you go to my home page. As I said before, here are the scans, all the scans that I'm sharing. So if you're just starting out and you want my layout, you don't have to know anything. You just have to load my layout. You don't have to know how I created any of this. To start out. Eventually, you'll probably want to tweak things or create your own scans. But when you're starting out, we certainly, I share a lot of scans, and we also have the toolbar. Well, we have the channel bar that you access from our toolbar. Click on New, and then Channel Bar. And these are all themed layouts. These are all themed layouts. So what do I mean by a theme? Well, swing ideas. You want cannabis plays, weed watchers, okay? Stocks that are surging. Momentum. So these are all themed layouts. Now these are layouts, so if you're going to click on one of these, make sure you do have your layout, if you have one, saved to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So let's take a look. This has been kind of popular. Once in this new build, what you'll be able to do is have your layout loaded, and then you can also load a layout from the channel bar. And because right now, if you load a layout from the channel bar, your layout will disappear. So let's take a look at the sector status. This has been kind of popular. So this is kind of it's not quite a heat map, but in my opinion, it's as good as almost, because what this is telling me, these are the major sectors, okay? So you can see what sectors are doing the best, the worst, and you can see the individual stocks. So for instance, let's take a look at right now, the best sector. We'll look at energy, XLE. Why is call it the best sector? 95% of the stocks are above yesterday's close. Only 4% are down from yesterday's close. Okay, so you can see there's Valero, VLO. This is up the most because it's sorted. Now you can take these and eventually you can tweak them how you want, but right now it's sorted on the change from the close. However, let's take a look. Let's go the other way. Let's go a little contrary action. There's only one stock in that sector that is down for the day, and that's BKR. So you might want to look at it and go, I wonder why this one is down. Every other stock is up in this sector except for this one. Phillips is, basically flat. PSX is basically flat. Ultimately, I guess, Ija, ultimately, because what I notice here, you can create your layouts in here, but I'm not sure of. Right now they're just concentrating on having your layout and something from the channel bar, okay? But ultimately, and I'm going to actually say yes, because you'll have containers that you could put all your scans in a container, okay? And you can have many containers. So ultimately, yes, but this is, really, there's some bugs in it that, have to be fixed. So now let's take a look at maybe the worst sector. Remember, the market's up. Everything's up. Now tech is starting to move down. But here again, XLP. 84% of the stocks are up, 16% are down, 15% are down. I mean, if you look at the so-called worst sector, all you're doing is you're looking at, 55% of the stocks in real estate are down. Okay, so it's this is one that, once we get rolling with having, say, your own layout and a channel, the ability to have a channel open, you might want to have this channel open, just so you can kind of glance at it all the time. But it'll be more than Aja, because one of the things, and I just can't demonstrate it because it screws up the columns, it's driving me crazy, so I can't demonstrate it. But one of the things you'll be able to do is you create a dock, and then you can put as many windows as you want. So you could literally take, like what they call a dock, and put your scan in there. And you can have several docks. So, yes. I mean, you don't want to have, 10 of your layouts open at the same time, of course. But so, yes, all this is coming. So I'm going to get rid of this. Now, for instance, what I showed yesterday, let's just say, looking at energy, the hottest sector today, you can now, if you want, first of all, if you wanted to, you could customize it more, if that's what you wanted to do. Customizing it, meaning, maybe I only want to take a look at a certain price range, so I could put a price range. Make sure it has a certain minimum volume, just things like that. So let's just do it. I'll just customize it for stocks between 1 and 50 with a minimum volume today of 400,000. Okay? So see how this has changed now? Because there was nothing up here. Now when I say okay, some of the stocks are going to disappear, of course. Now I can take this, save or share to cloud. I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it into the cloud. Now I'm going to close. If I went to another channel, EV channel, see how that layout disappeared. I could take another one. I could take something from the EV channel, and if I liked it, I could save it to the cloud. So you can see what you can do. You can take, so you're brand new. You don't have to even know how we created these. We've created them for you. And you could always take one and save it to the cloud. Now what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to close down. Okay, now if I wanted to, all the windows that I extracted from the channels, file, load from cloud. See, there's XLE is up there. I just load it. Appeared on my other monitor, and there it is. So I could then take all the individual windows that I may have extracted from the various channels, bring them back one at a time, and create a layout that I like. Or maybe I just want to concentrate, energy to me, because it's doing so well, maybe I want to concentrate on energy all day long. Just track those stocks all day long. So, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do. So if you're just starting out, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. Yeah, so I'm not a big indicator guy, but what I have, I do have the orange line here is the 8 EMA, and the blue line is the 20 SMA. Okay, now these are Bollinger Bands also, and on the daily chart, let's see if I can find one. would be clicking on... Okay, this is crazy. I got to find one that has a 200-day moving average on it. Here we... What? Okay, these are also new. Okay, I know Triple D has been around longer than 3 months. There we go. Okay, and on my daily chart, I have the 200-day moving average. That's that green line down there. I'm not a big indicator guy. Okay, a word about the AI. This is what the AI looks like. If you have our premium service, this is how I would recommend you monitor the AI all day long. Forget everything else. Just click on New AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Forget everything else. Forget, what the segments are. Who cares? Forget the individual scans that they're coming from. All you should be really concerned with is show me the alerts I'm getting all day long. That's my opinion. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right then and there. You can, take a look at it, see how it's trading a little bit. You have a stop. How you'll manage the trades will be up to you. But that's all I would do. Keep it super simple. Okay, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus. More in the simulator than connecting to an IB account or an E-Trade account if you have it, but I will show you. I'll give you a link here. Okay, so I just popped in a Brokerage Plus 2 videos. The first one shows you how you can connect your IB or E-Trade account. And the second video is way more detailed, showing you how you can do a lot more fancy things, okay? I'll go over those very, very briefly. So, this window we call Brokerage Plus, only accessible if you're using our downloadable application, not accessible if you're using the web-based version. You notice there's an option here, or one of the tabs is Brokerage Plus. Underneath there's Live and Simulation. You click on Live, you watch that first video, show you how you can connect to IB or E-Trade. Only 2 brokers it works with. Please don't ask me about Thinkorswim or TDA. I have no idea when or if it's going to happen. There's a real API issue, okay? So, if you're connected and you want to, then you can use this window to actually trade your account. Once you're connected to your account, click on an alert. The alert shows, the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. Okay, pretty simple to use. These are hotkeys. If you're in a trade, you want to get out, you flatten. You can get out of half your trade, or you could double your trade. Other things that you can do, you can set up what we call one-click trading. How you do that, watch the video. This is what we call one-click trading. So if you clicked on an alert, you liked what you saw on the chart, you go back, right-click, and then you can select how you want to trade it. Okay? Now, more importantly, I think for a lot of people will be a simulation. Especially if you're new to trading. If you're new to trade ideas, maybe you want to try out a strategy, wondering how it would work. Excuse me. So you click on the simulator. If you're new to trading though, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? Again, the same principle. You click on an alert, the symbol shows up, how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at, shorting you sell, long you buy. Okay, again, pretty simple stuff. Just use it as a watch list, Jason. You know, if you're going to take every trade, probably wouldn't be a great idea. I just use it as a watch list. Right now, there's no, yeah, chef from hell, no. No option like that. You might, if you want, you can always go to info@trade-ideas.com and ask as a request. I have no idea if or when it will be, could be changed, okay, but now the thing is, it has been brightened up a little bit. I don't know what version you're on, because I think, I mean, to me, it's bright. It's bright enough. So it depends on the version you're on. But this is as bright as I like. There's no option for me to brighten that as an example. So I don't know if it's as bright here for you. Yeah, I mean, can you see mine? Let's put it this way: is mine darker than yours? Okay, because then if that's the case, then you should be on a later version. Okay, then I think you're on a. Just go to my home page. So click on my home page tab, and click on the link, and then scroll up to the download software, and I would download the latest beta. Just keep scrolling down until you get to the beta. Okay, that'll definitely have something that is more darker shaded. All right, more darkly shaded. Boy, look at this JZXN. JZXN. On a mission now, guys. This is definitely on a mission. All right. So let's just take a trade and we'll see how this works in the simulator. Okay, let's say you wanted to take this TCS trade, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it if it pulls back, say, I don't know, down to 1323, the bottom of these two candles, okay? So you pick how many shares you want to do this in. 300, I'll pick 300. What did I say, 1323? So I type 1323 in both boxes here. Click on buy. And here's that blue line will show up right on the chart. So if TCS gets down to 1323, it'll take 300 shares at 1323. Okay, all in the simulator. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it's using our real-time data. Now, if you don't want to do it anymore, for instance, if you know something's happening with the market, you don't like what the market's doing, well, you know who's here. Okay. What time was it? It was at 9:45. Eastern time, all times Eastern. So again, if you don't want to take this trade anymore, you know, even if it pulled back for whatever reason, you just have to go to the orders and right click on it and cancel. Yes, her name is Chloe. And there she is in all her splendor. All right, so that was demonstrating how you can do it on a pullback. Of course, if you wanted to, if you said, you know what, I want to take, like Oatly, as an example, OTLY. Let's just do this for fun here. Look how it's getting closer. In fact, it's trying to get above yesterday's high. It's been challenging it. let's just say I wanted to take this trade up here at 22.85, breaking yesterday's high or even today's high. So I could do the same sort of thing. Let's pick how many shares I want to do, 300. And let's just say 22.85 is where I want to get in. And click on the buy, and you'll see the big buy button will show up on top of the price. Maybe I didn't click it. And why isn't it showing up? Interesting. I'm going to put 23 here. I wasn't connected, sorry. That's why. Okay, so I'll put 23 here. And yet it worked the other one. Anyway, I'm just talking to myself. Okay, so there's that buy button right up here, okay? So if it takes a trade, if it hits, well, wow, look at that, guys. Now, I wonder if it was able to take that trade. It just went right through it. So this is an all-time high. Well, all-time. It was an IPO from yesterday, I guess. You know, this is not a recommendation or anything like that, but I mean, if you're looking to swing something, I mean, this is, pretty hot IPO. If you check to see, again, this is not a recommendation, but I just, draw your attention to the fact that this is a very interesting IPO. Why? Well, Oprah's involved, but that's not the. If you look to see who's involved, I mean, look at all the names here. Now you can read about it. But, we have Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, Jefferies, etc., etc. Look at all the co-managers. So it's a lot of the big players. I'm surprised Goldman's not involved, but anyway. You can read about the company. Food system, better for people on the planet. Celebrity investors, there's Oprah Winfrey. So anyway, I mean, it could be very interesting going forward. Okay, let's talk a little bit about money management now. Especially if you're new, when you take a trade, they're not all going to work. Wow, look at this JZXN, guys. Wow. So let's just say, look, I'm just going to show you, if you were chasing this one as an example, okay? I just want to show you, well, it's a bad example. It's a really bad example. But let's just do it, okay? I'm just going to do it. Let's see if it pulls back at all. I can't do it. In all good faith, I just can't do that. So let's look at another one. because I'm trying to demonstrate a little bit of money management, and that'd be probably the worst one I could pick. Okay, not that this is ideal, but I'm going to take 500 shares of WAFU, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500. I'm going to buy at the market. Yeah, it was a bad spread. I didn't realize it was a bad spread. But anyway, got in at 914. Okay, this is just to demonstrate. Not every trade is going to work. In fact, a lot of them won't work. It's okay as long as you have good money management. So I'm going to add a stop order at 894. That happens to be 20 cents away. Okay, now I may get stopped out immediately. But see how the stop order is down here? Why I picked 20 cents? Okay, first of all, when you're new to trading, you know, the first thing you should be saying to yourself, well, where am I going to place a stop order? How am I going to know where to put a stop? Well, that's why you have to practice trading. Now, I just got stopped out, okay? Which is okay. I wanted to demonstrate this. So again, you get into trading, you have to have a price you're getting out of the trade because they're not all going to work. And again, that's okay as long as you have proper money management. You can last in this business as long as you have proper money management. So, and you're only going to get that if you practice trading, because, you know, to be able to size up on a chart where there's maybe where there is a support area, so that if it broke down through that support area, you should be out of the trade and just move on. So I put it 20 cents away, okay? That's, you know, had I been really in this trade, that's not where I would have put it. I just wanted to make the math easy, because then the next aspect is this. Okay, I get the idea. I see where I should put my stop. Now, how much am I willing to lose on this trade if it works against me? In this particular case, I picked $100. I said, okay, if the trade doesn't work, I don't want to lose more than $100. So in this case, that's why I picked 500 shares, because if I divide 20 cents, my stop, what was it, 1914 and 894, that's 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into 500 and into $100, I get 500 shares. So there's the other aspect. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. It should vary depending on how much you're willing to risk on the trade, and that'll be, well, the $100 will be, if your account size can warrant risking $100. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So if your account size dictates that you can risk $100, then, you know, your stop is not obviously going to be 20 cents every time. It'll vary. So you take that difference between your entry and your stop, divide it into 100, that'll share size you. So, what I was hoping to demonstrate is that, you know, as the stop, you've practiced for a while, and now you're finally ready to take that first trade. You take that first trade, you're all excited, and it starts working against you. And you start second guessing where you put your stop. You know, maybe I should have practiced more. Maybe I didn't quite get where that stop should have been on my very first trade. So you start reducing your stop. What I wanted to show you, look at this WAFU. Let's do it again. I'll just take the trade again. Let me just take, I want to just show, or actually, let's take car. Let's take car. This is showing up with the gap up and go. Okay, it's a decent spread. I'm going to take another 500 shares of car. You know, the spread is okay. It's a penny. This should fill me close to 1896. There it is, 1896. I'm going to put a stop, another stop, 20 cents away. Again, I'm only using 20 cents to make the math easy. So 1876. I should not get stopped out so quickly this time. Okay, so there we are. So now there's that $100. So if it goes down to 1876, I should not lose more than $100. But again, as I was saying, maybe this is your first trade. You look at it and go, oh man, I can't believe it's working against me. So you start reducing your stop down. And it keeps moving down. You keep moving your stop down and down. You can see where I'm going with this. Instead of that $100 manageable loss, maybe that starts turning into $500, $600 because you will not obey your stop. And then finally you get out, and again, you're kicking yourself because you didn't obey your stop. So how to counteract that? Well, you just leave your stop in, and you take all the emotion out. Now, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can use the Trade Ideas charts to do this. Let me get it back. That's close enough. You can use the Trade Ideas charts to do this. Now, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way in which you can, put auto stops in. Okay, but that's highly recommended. Especially if you're stubborn and you never want to obey your stops to begin with. It's the fast track to being quickly exiting from this business. Okay, money management is so key. Now, one of the worst things that can happen also is what just happened with WAFU. Say to yourself, you know what, that stop was too tight, so you start reducing it, and then look what happened. It did pop up. And you go, oh man, am I ever glad I disobeyed my stop, because look what happened. It popped right up. If I'd obeyed my stop, I would have been out of it for that $100 loss, and look what happened. Almost the worst thing, especially if it's your first trade, almost the worst thing that can happen, because it gives you a false sense of security of never obeying your stops. Okay? Of course it can happen. Of course it can happen that the stock will rebound. But this could have happened though. It could have kept drifting down, turning into a far bigger loss than what you wanted. All right, well that's it, guys. That's it for my talking about stops and all of that. So, practice trading. Practice trading. Wow, look at the ANVS. I have traded in and out of this a couple of times, but I cannot this is now just making another new high. Very few shares, but it's been kind of fun. Well, it went through it here also. The same sort of news, here also. So for ANVS. Hey, let's hope. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Absolutely. Okay, so when you say it was one of my alerts, we had talked about this in the pre-market. This was one to watch in the pre-market. Okay, so when you say it was one of my alerts, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. If you look here, this is what we did. These are the stocks that we discussed in the pre-market. Well, yes, it appeared, and of course, it appeared in the halts. I remember the first time right there. And one of the reasons it probably doesn't appear in the basic new highs is because I've got this filter in here that this is sort of tricks. This is a trick filter, I call it, the EPS. And why I put these in most of my scans, where there's the earnings per share of at least 0.001 or minus 0.001. What this does is it prevents ETFs from showing up, okay? But from time to time, it'll also stop, especially some of these China stocks, from appearing because I put this filter in. It's just one of those things. If I took this out, I'm almost guaranteed that it would have shown up here. Yeah, the problem with putting one in is some of them don't have a short value. That's the other thing. Some of them don't have a short value or a float value. Now, somebody asked that question yesterday. Was that you, Rosanna? Why doesn't the AI always give a target? It just depends on the strategy. And as I said, like a lot of them do, but it depends how it's been optimized. Some of them are just optimized for no target. I personally think the targets are useless. Okay. Okay. I mean, you should treat each individual alert on its own. So for instance, I always say it like this. If let's just say DDDD, okay, and it had a target and it's up here. What if it kept moving higher and higher and higher and hit the target? Are you going to get out just because it hit a target? This, to me, it's artificial. Some of the targets are like $1 away from the entry, maybe a 1%. It's not based on looking at a chart and saying, okay, here is some resistance. It's not based on that. So I look at the targets. It's just that the strategy has been optimized. Okay, what if we put a dollar target? We optimized it around that. What happens to the strategy? But the individual alert should be treated on its own. So the strategy makes the cut with, maybe a target in mind. But again, like putting a dollar target on something, what does that mean? It means nothing. But a lot of the strategies do have a target, but some don't, and I can't answer why some don't. I would just ignore it. The only thing I would definitely keep an eye on for sure is the stop. Yes, it did. So guys, if you're wondering, anybody wondering, well, how can a stock possibly go up 167%? There's the number right there, that float number. All right, 4 million in the float for a $71 stock. That's why it can happen. Again, unfamiliar with the concept of the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. My opinion, anything under 20 million is what I would consider a low float. So the lower that number, and if there is a catalyst, well, there's obviously a catalyst. There's a news catalyst for this. Talking about Alzheimer's, okay? So low supply, high demand. It's as simple as that. But obviously the same thing can happen. I mean, this is just going crazy, but the same thing can happen once the demand dries up. It can drop like so quickly also. That's why you have to be very careful. I thought it is in the indicator section. MACD. It's here. MACDs. Seek and ye shall find. Well, I mean, obviously Ford's got quite a lot of resistance up here. I know they're making splash with their new electric truck, or their F-150, I guess. But other than that, I can't really have any comment on it. I mean, if it can somehow take, I mean, it's a big float, 3.9 billion in the float. So it's got to take this out, this 1367. It's had a great multi, when was this low right here? This was at the low of the pandemic. So, it's had a great multi-month run. So you must be on an older version of Trade Ideas and JB, because these indicators, I mean, it may not look quite the same in terms of, I have this indicators here, but I'm pretty sure it's been added a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. All the automakers are talking about the chip shortage. Well, that was interesting for the Oatly, after that big pop up here. So I'm going to reset my alert up in this area and see if it takes it out later on. I'm a little surprised at that. It's a low volume sell off, but still. Give me a moment, please. Just checking some other charts on my other monitors. Look at the volume coming into this ANVSO also. I mean, this is I mean, look at the volume. This is no shorts available for me. So somebody said that A Guru is trying to short this. That's great, but no shorts available for me. Well, I guess I know what's going to be the stock of the day we'll talk about in my video today. There's no doubt about this one. You know, you would have thought this was over right here. You know, this is a pre-market, $37. Remember, this was a $25 stock, up $12. How much further could it go? There you go. All right, guys, so notice this car. Remember I was saying, I'm going to pull back? No. Oh, that's right. No, I said I put a conditional. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here. I heard a sound alert for this, but I'm not sure what happened here. That's quite the sell-off for that OTLY. I have to admit, I'm somewhat surprised. It's a low volume sell-off, but still. You keep an eye on this one. All right, guys, it's 11:30 already. Not a lot of action from the continuation reverse. If you recall, yesterday this was full. You know, I'd have to stretch it all the way down to see them all. I don't have very much of this Maxon left, but it's still working okay. Don't have very much left though. This is from the original, way back, seems like years ago now. 1693 was the alert on the gap down and go. right, guys, I'm not seeing any new alerts. Yeah, go ahead, my trades. I mean, put it in there. People can take a look at it. Yeah, there's a pop-up. This has been pretty, this has not been what I would call beautiful. I mean, remember we were talking about trends like Triple D at the beginning of the day? You know, I mean, that's what you want to see. Look at that. I mean, 5-minute chart straight up until it finally, you know, started to pull back. But MAXN has not been like that. It's been a little more challenging because of the topping tails and bottoming tails. I don't have a link for it. It's part of my layout, LD. I don't have a link for it. If you wanna have just these three, you have to go to my toolbar, or go to the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar. Oops. And then I have a channel called Barry's Watch List. Okay. Right here, Barry's. But you're only gonna get these three. You can then save the individual scans if you want. I don't have it, but I have it as part of the. I don't have it as individual scans. I have it as part of my overall layout. You know, for such a crazy stock, well, now the spread widened, but, you know, the spread is not that terrible for such a crazy stock. But, you know, now all of a sudden, now it started to widen. This is what I love. I love watching the time and sales. You just see how rapidly, I don't pay any attention to the level two so much. It's just the time and sales. I mean, look how rapidly this is trading. This is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something the same. This has nothing to do with Trade Ideas. I'll answer that question for William. The 5-8, it's the 8-minute, it's the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So there's a 5-minute chart. That orange line right there is the 8 EMA. So let's take a look at JZXN. I don't know why. I have a tough time saying that one. So there's the 8 EMA right there. Is done after breaking down below it. That's what he's talking about, okay? Oh, eyes. I mean, again, one of the stocks that you like to cheer for, eyes. You know, obviously anything to do with the eyes, and of course the other one, Alzheimer's. But you know, you just sort of see what this has done. I mean, you know, a lot of flurry. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is not that long ago. What week was this? This was the week of March the 8th. You know, all the way up to $20. Had two great weeks in a row, and then it just collapsed. But as really, you know, maybe it's only. And did you download the beta? And you don't see MACD. Well, maybe it's. I could have sworn it would be. Well, okay. How about anybody else? I want to make sure. So when you anybody else who is using the latest beta, when they right click, when you right click and go to indicators, is MACD not one of them? Okay. I guess it's not available yet. Must be coming. Maybe the next beta release. Well, this peasant doesn't use it, so he didn't care. Yeah, granted European patent. That was the news for it. I'm just looking at it right here. You know, it actually didn't trigger on a scanner for me. It was just Zach posted it in the room. The relative volume is too low. It's not. My scanners would not pick it up. You know, because I have a minimum relative volume. Most of these, you know, at 4, number 1. So it wouldn't pick it up. Now you might say, well, reduce it. Well, you're right. I could reduce it, but then I'm going to see a lot of other ones that I don't want to see that don't do this. Hey, well, take your time. You can always come back in. You got to be comfortable with the product, Al. All right, now this one, there's a big bottoming tail dreamer. I don't know, 1160, there's a bottoming tail. Let's see if this one is shortable. It is shortable. I don't want to take it. I wouldn't take it yet. No volume. Let's take a look. Yeah, no volume, you're right. It's interesting though. It is interesting. All right, guys, so it's 11:41. As promised, I will pop the YouTube link in. As things are really starting to slow down, I'm getting no new alerts. This is not like yesterday at all. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. This is if you want to head over there. I take a break right around noon. And Andy will be, I'm pretty sure, let me just confirm that. I think it's Andy today. All right, give me a moment, please. All right. I will say this about eyes. The longer it doesn't go up, you know, that initial flurry. Yeah, Zach may be right about its drop. See, I'm looking at it the other way, but I mean, you're right. It's hard to know. I mean, there's a topping tail there in the 2-minute chart, but this is holding here for sure, but we'll have to see. It is shortable for me, so that's why I'm keeping an eye on it. Yeah, it takes out that high. This could be another leg up. You're right. If it cracks through that high, what is that high? 577? Yeah, may not though. There's another topping tail right there. It's a struggle. It is struggling to get through these highs right here. Eyes, E-Y, well, eyes. EYES. It's a struggle right there. Oh man, ANVS just making another new high, I believe. Very close. FEIM. FEIM. Let's take a look at this one. Ugh. Yeah. No kidding. I'm surprised I is hanging in here. Only because, traders have seen this action before. Yeah, it is a press release, European patent. All looks great. It takes out this 558. That could be it. Man, this is slow. This is really slow. I mean, compared to yesterday. No, okay, guys, this could be it. Oh, a 1 minute chart? Is that what you meant? Is that what you're saying, 1 minute? Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. Wow, look at ANVS now through 80. Okay, nothing will surprise me that if this doesn't hit 100. I'm not saying it's going to hit 100. It would not surprise me. Okay, one moment, please. Changing of the headset. Just a second. All right, there we go. So there goes the eyes, guys. Yeah, I found that press release for Y JZXN ridiculous. Nice call, Zach, as usual on the short. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Okay, actually, it's going to be Chris in the Chris Varley will be in the YouTube room. All right. So he's just told me it's not going to be Andy today. It'll be Chris. You know the I listen. I know that the temptation is to just to chase this, guys. I know the ANVS. So I mean, if you were going to chase it, like take 10 shares, okay? Because this could drop $20 just like that. Again, I'm not suggesting anybody chase this, but again, not sure. It's probably very hard to find shorts for this one, ANVS. I got Zach. Oh, really? Okay. I don't know if I don't know if IB ever had shorts available. I mean, thank goodness it didn't. Yeah, Zach has center point. Center point seems to have now. Maybe it's a matter if he could find them, but it would cost him a lot. I don't know. What time frame, LD? What time frame are you looking for a pullback? All right, so 5 minutes. So I mean, we have the 8 EMA. So that's I'm sorry, 8 EMA. So that's close enough. But so I'd have to pull back about $10. Now, why did this one trigger? SLGG. Oh, this was from yesterday. Yeah. So this, so I don't like it. I mean, it's just below yesterday's low now. Yeah, a little bit of a mix. And yeah, tech is down a little, Dow's up, SPY's up a little, but falling. I mean, after that initial 45 minutes of straight up for the SPY, we've basically this is you see this today. But I don't see any showing up. This should be a good day for the gap up and reverses. I just don't see very many. I'm really, really surprised at this sell-off for OTLY. It's not on big volume, but quite surprised. After it did that, I thought at least it would hold 23 and maybe start to move, but not yet anyway. Trade Zero has shorts, okay. Somebody says Trade Zero has shorts for ANVS. Again, I would not be surprised if this hit $100. It's just, I'm not in this. I just to let you know, I'm not in this. I'm not trying to pump this to $100. I'm not in this. I have traded a little bit around a lot of these different levels, but I am not in this one right now. Actually, a 2 minute red bar ignored or sorry, red bar ignored on the 2 minute chart. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Just let me know when you're in there, Chris, so I can leave. I don't know if you're in there right now. Just started now. Okay, so I can.
All right, looks like everybody got eyes on my screen. Anybody that hasn't had me in the sports session before, my name is Chris Varley, subbing in for Andy today. He's working out some technical kinks on a new computer he just got, so here we are. You got the substitute teacher today. Popping out the chat here, make sure I keep up with what you all have on your mind today. And free for all here, guys, so throw your questions at me. Crank up my volume a bit. That's the max on my mic, actually. I'm going to move it closer. Um, is that any better? Let's see, audio. Yeah, my audio is at max. Um, all right, good deal. I just moved the mic in a little closer to me. Barry's got probably some pretty fancy equipment since he's on the mic all day, every day, and I am not. So I know the last couple days the other guys had been teasing the new docking feature. I am on a different version of the software currently, though, not with the beta that they're running, the internal beta. So unfortunately, I will not be teasing that today. But it is some exciting stuff. I've been playing around with it. Going to be a big game changer. Instead of having to flip around so many layouts, figuring out what you want to do, what you want to have. You're going to be able to have more stuff loaded. Of course, you also have to be responsible doing that in the sense of how much your machine can hold and process at once, that you're not overloading it. Too many of the tab features, going on that we will be having in that. But really exciting stuff. Big time game changer in layouts for sure. Click around here, see what's happening with Holly today. Oh, look at that. Not a bad entry on that. Yeah, some red too here. Looks like a trade around. It's a tough, tough market for the last few months. Really tough. Anybody that tells you different is either really know what they're doing or they're full of it. Must have some questions, somebody out there somewhere. Keep this flowing. I'm doing well, Sam. Thanks. Here we go. I thought I lost you guys for a minute there. I don't know what happened. Any questions? Free game, Scott. I may not have an answer for you, but like most human beings, I'm happy to share my opinion and take it for whatever it's worth. Mostly in trading, that's just opinion. But this stream is for you guys. Very odd. My screen keeps having to reload like I'm dropping the screen on you guys. Alright, so no questions here so far. Let's take a look at what I have going on. So for anybody that hasn't been in one of my live streams before, I'm more of a swing or swing scalper. What I usually do is I scan in the evening and mark up the charts, set some price alerts, and then I put the stocks that I like the most on my liked list, kind of monitor from there. So I have a short curated list of what I'm looking at daily. Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear you. Glad to hear it. You won't be disappointed with it. It is a powerful software, and I know there's a bit of a learning curve. Obviously, the more tech savvy or the more market knowledge you have, the easier that learning curve is. But for anybody that hasn't ever had a live stream with me before or know any of my backstory, is just about 4 years ago, I knew absolutely nothing about trading. I'd bought some stocks casually in a Fidelity account that I had opened in the mid and early 2000s, and that was really the extent of any of my stock experience. And I found trade ideas, started attending the live trading room, which was much different than it was today. It's much more inclusive, much better today, and the live 5 o'clock webinars, Eastern time, Monday through Thursday. I did those for a few months before deciding to take the test drive myself. And fast forward 4 years, and I'm working with trade ideas now. So all possible. All things are possible. Takes, a lot of work, dedication, studying. No shortcuts, but it's powerful software. I asked the guys if if this software could teach me how to trade, and they didn't give me a definitive answer. Yes, they just, they told me it's powerful, but a lot of it's you get out of it what you get, what you put into it, and trading's hard, and there's no guarantees. They didn't sell me any dreams or anything like that. But I took the chance, I took the risk, and I can look back and say it's helpful. Thanks. I do what I can. We're busy behind the scenes. I know a lot of people don't always. It's hard to see a lot of the stuff that we're doing behind the scenes. A lot of questions, a lot of emails always coming in while we're testing our own stuff, and we are traders too. So we are trying to manage between support and troubleshooting, and then trading our own accounts. Um, so let's see. Scott says, when a stock is climbing steadily but slow, think as a hill. So these steady but gradual gains in price, I'm having trouble entering. Dips as to enter bounce. How does one enter? So how one enters is involved in their trading strategies. I am not crazy about pullback entrances in general. Just kind of my thing. It's not that I don't do them, but there's a little bit of it's a feel thing for me. So let me give you something that I am in currently right now, and just to give you kind of how I did it. So I've been in and out of this stock a lot since probably December, I would say. Um, and I look for the same pattern over and over again, more on a daily that helps in my intradays. So I look for this kind of pattern here, and I find them shorter time frames and longer time frames. And you know who JC Peretz is. The bigger the base, the bigger the boom on these. He'll say these cup and handles. And this is kind of what I look for. So today, this is how I would play the pullback and how I played a pullback slightly today. It's been strong overall. And also you have some short people that I think were caught on this one as it's continued to move up. And if you look here on the single stock window, I could see people on the shorts are getting out. So I know that it's a steady climb that's forcing shorts out, that are forcing them to cover. And so I see we have this top there, and I see that we have this here, and we can see how those kind of lined up today. And so I bought just off the open today. I got it at 1241, and it took a ride up, and it hit that where I knew I might hit some resistance, and I'm going to hold it. And I'm just using the moving averages that I like to look at here personally. On a daily chart, I have more than I'm trying to figure a way to kick out some of these moving averages on a daily chart. We could see here this is a 20 SMA, and it's kind of just held that beautifully. And so I'm going to use that as my guiding hand in the coming days moving forward. And call technical analysis voodoo if you like, anybody, but you can't tell me that this isn't significant. What I'm going to put up on this line right here, you can't tell me that isn't significant. And while it's not always perfectly accurate, but you look at it just off there, and boom, boom, there. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. And now, I'm hoping to see that to my upside, and that's where I'll exit at least some of the trade to lock some stuff in. And I'm going to use this line more or less moving forward. Did I become profitable after starting at TI? If you mean as an employee, no. I started becoming profitable before that, but I was still working a second job. My background is I worked in restaurants my entire life, and I'd moved from being a manager back to at a restaurant back to waiting tables and bartending again because I didn't like managing anymore, and I actually made more money doing that. So, but I was did my day trading, if you will, or my swing trading, a lot of it on nights where I had the afternoon off from the restaurant or the actual day off from the restaurant, while making most of my living there while I was supplementing some income from this. But it took me about 2 years to really make that turn. For I'll say the first year I got destroyed trading, or at least for me. And after the first year, things started to click, and I was more kind of breaking even, or just more smaller losses were happening. And by the second year, I went live August in 2017 trading. And I probably hindsight, I should have waited about 6 months before I went live. I waited about a month and a half, which was foolish, but trial by fire, we'll call it. And by my second year, all of a sudden it started to click where there were no more big losses happening. I was able to just take small losses and weather those, and my gains started to outweigh my losses, and kind of incrementally moving up from there. Still, do I have a scan that I could share for that pattern, Bill? Yeah. So it's a really simple scan. How I find these. Um, a lot of what I have learned comes from the guys that were here. And one thing that Jamie always talks about is simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And this scan it's simple, but it just for some reason it works for me. Not everything on it, not everything's gold. I use my eyes, but I'm gonna share it first, drop it here, and then I'm gonna load the scan and give it to you that way. So that's the scan. I call it my evening scan one. And I kind of go back and forth between a few different ones, but this one is the one that's really been working the best for me lately. And so now I'm going to load it. And now the way the scan works is I do it after the market closes. Give it about, you'd probably do 2, 3, 4 minutes afterwards. No, of course, Bill. Anything that we have as traders here, we're always happy to share. So we come to the configure, and we're going to look here and click on the summary. And I'm watching stocks between $4 and $30. I want the relative volume that day to have been at least 1. I want it to have traded at least 750,000 shares, so I know it's fairly liquid. I want it to close near the high of the day, so it's at least 75% above the low of the day. And in a 20-day range, I want to see it 75% above its 20-day low. And this is sorting from change dollar. Actually, normally I like to sort change close. I keep forgetting to change that, but just in case you don't know what the sort is how you're looking at the data. So let me get rid of that here and sort change close. So that's when you're seeing topless and they have this gradient color. You want that nice gradient color that's like that. This change close here. You want to have it sort there, and then you want to pick that column as the display data. And so that's how you get that nice gradient, if you will, on those colors. So in a sense, this scan is looking for those kind of cup and handle patterns, horseshoe up, whatever you want to call it. And, we can take a look at what it's looking at today. And some of these are actually already on my list as they've made some decent runs here. But 10 is kind of a meh example of it. It is something I've been watching because I know it can have kind of explosive days, aircraft parts and stuff. But if you want to, your eyes got to kind of find it. They get trained. But if you look at it here, all right. So now you might say, well, we've had these 2 patterns here, if you will, and you're looking at there's a base. Now we have a higher base, and those are both strong bases, I would say, right there. And you can even find the sub patterns again. So let me erase those and then kind of redraw. So you have those there, and then if you look, you've got this sub patterns here, and maybe another one forming here. So these are the things that I'm looking at, and I always give a plug to this one specific book that really turned me on to it. I have no stake in anybody getting this book or not. Someone gave it to me as a gift, actually. It's called How to Make Money in Stocks. It's by William J. O'Neill. And that book is what really moved me from day trading to swing trading, to be honest. Day trading was okay, but once someone told me that no one ever became wealthy from day trading. The biggest money is in holding, and it kind of offended me at first, like taking a shot at day trading, but they're right. That's the bottom line. What Barry does, how Barry trades, he's a wizard. He's a magician. He's unbelievable. I don't know how he does it. That's all I can say about Barry. He's just, he's a special trader, and doing what he does is not easier. Post that in chat. William J. O'Neill, yeah, sure. Let's see here. So That's it right there. Nothing complicated about it. But that's what it's, more or less looking for. So, see if we get one more, and then I know there's some questions coming in. Let me catch up on some of these here. Let me see if I can find one more that I like. The only problem with this scan too is you're going to find things that start to get extended on the daily. You could throw a filter in there I have in the past so that you don't look overextended, or you put a value in the maximum of the position in days range. Let's see, find something. Yeah, these aren't looking too much of what I'm looking for right now. That one's a little better. There we go. So here we can look at this one here. All right, so same kind of idea. Got that, all right. Came back and actually filled that gap there. And now we've had that happen. And now we have this happening. And you can see we had a base established there. We have a base established here. Question is, are we establishing another base? And as traders, we kind of have to anticipate now. And where is it looking to get stuck? Looks like it's been getting stuck here. So, is the buy just before that? Is the buy just after that? These are the things you have to figure out as a trader. And then you're looking at that there. So, hope that helps a little bit in that sense. And I see some other questions coming in. We can always circle back to that stuff in a minute. Let me catch up. I'm not using any other charting software. I don't really care for other charting software. I don't need anything fancy. A lot of people, I think, especially myself, when I first started with Trade Ideas, as a user, I had 30 scans up, and I was like a freaking rabid squirrel trying to find his way in the world, and I couldn't keep up with all the alerts that were coming in, and I found that I started to gain more success as I narrowed down my windows and really started to figure out what I like to see. So the less windows I have, the better I trade, and that's how it's always worked for me. And I think the less complicated my charts are, the better I trade. And my intraday charts, I have two moving averages, so I'll bring over a 5-minute chart. The only two moving averages I'm looking at on an intraday chart are this red one, it's an 8 EMA, and this blue one is a 20 SMA. That's it. On the daily chart, I do have a little bit more. Like I said, I want to drop some of them. I do also look at RSI on a daily chart. I don't have it up on this one here, actually, for whatever reason. This is a layout that I created for doing these support sessions. So, but again, simplicity, ultimate sophistication. And that's not to knock TrendSpider or I don't know, whoever else is out there. TrendSpider is a big one that I can think of, and we've done some collaborations with them. The software, for their charting is amazing as far as I can tell. I'm a really simple guy, I'm all self-taught and everything like that, and I just kind of found it easier. The less stuff I put in there, the less confusing it is for me. So, all right, I've watched the videos, read most documents. However, that's not enough. Does TI offer group one-on-one packages? So we do offer paid one-on-ones, JD, but I would really recommend, if you can make the 2 p.m. Pacific webinars. We don't have them these last 2 weeks because of the test drive, but starting next week they start up again. And I learned probably 80% or better of what I know about trading and the software just through those webinars themselves. There's just so much information, and Steve and Andy and Jamie, who do most of those webinars during the week, they've got a combined probably over 100 years of experience between the three of them. It's just each one of them is a gem. That's all there is to it. They're just absolute gems, those webinars. Super love it. Changing my tradings, need more end of the day stuff. Yeah, the other thing too is, a lot of people consider momentum trading, but when you say, well, I'm a momentum trader, well, what does that mean to you? There's a lot of different types of momentum. I could be a momentum trader too, I guess, but I'm looking at momentum carrying from previous days essentially. So versus that kind of pullback, if you will. Posted that in chat for you, Scott. All right, got that. If you were working for TI, could you make a living as a trader now in this market? I could pay my bills right now, which are pretty hefty. I live in a pretty expensive part of New York, like a really, really, really expensive part of New York, unfortunately. So trapped here for the moment because of life situations. But if I'd move if I could. I could pay my bills right now. I don't know that I'd be putting any money away for saving for my future, but I would say that, being able to handle, my rent, my car payments, my food bills. I have a daughter, I am a single dad, so being able to pay all those just through trading, I think that's a pretty good accomplishment in 4 years, having known absolutely nothing about trading prior. That helps you there, real. And so, how long do you typically hold stocks? I'll say I could hold it for as short as a day. My longest hold's probably 2 weeks at this point since I made the swap over to swing trading. That's not to say that if I'm in something and it makes a really nice run in a day, for example, let's say I grab something at $10 and I see a $1.50 run in it, I'm probably selling at least a third of that position, if not half that position that day. And then, I'll readjust how I'm holding it from there. If you've read anything by our chief data analyst, or I'm not sure what his title is now, but Dave Mabe, he's another real special guy around here. He'd tell you that it's an all or nothing sell, and mathematically he's right. Selling half positions doesn't work in the end mathematically if you're hitting towards those tops and pullbacks and things like that. It just doesn't happen to work for me the same as it does for him. He's another outstanding trader too, so you can't argue someone's methods when they work for them. That's all. How do you mind demonstrating? Add a filter to that scanner. Yeah. So for example, on this, you're going to find stocks like this right here. Now on a daily chart, it's going to probably end up looking really extended. This one here, ADES. So if I wanted to get rid of something like that, I come to the configure. And I think, some of the most powerful filters are not the volume filters, actually, in my opinion anyways, are the position and range and change in filters. So like I said, we're using a position and day range here filter. So we see I want it closing kind of on the higher side of things at 75%. Well, if I want to see it not get too extended, I could throw something like, let's say, 110%. And then I click OK. And now it's going to change this scan. And we see that we just dropped a few things off that list. Now this ended up remaining on there, but I could take it further and say, let's say configure. We can come back in once again, window specific filter, and we're going to look at, let's say 100 now. We're going to cut that down even more, and we're going to see that list get shorter, I bet. Oops. Nope, we did not see it get shorter. It went the other way. Let's see. Configure. Let's do 120 and see what happens. Let's go 85. This will really cut the list down, I bet. There we go. So now it's less things extended we're going to find on there on the daily chart. On today's chart, or more of an intraday chart, if you will. And so that's how we would cut that down. I do like to put a few of them up there. You never know. Something really catches my eye the next day, and I think it might have that explosive move the next day for, like I said, more of a swing trader, but I'm not opposed to a day trade if I think if it lines up really well. But one of the things for me in a day trade is it cannot have a large spread, and the time and sales can't be going bonkers on me. It's got to have an organized look to my eyes. So, if something's moving super fast and, it's just whipping around, 20, 30 cents in the span of a minute, that's too much for me. I don't like things trading that fast. Do I use options? And could you show how to integrate options strategies? I do not use options. However, I do keep this one scan up on my regular layout. Got it from Barry. See if I can find this unusual. So moving higher with unusually strong options. We're going to load that. We'll bring it over, and we're going to right click, configure. This is something Barry did actually. And so we'll come to the window specific filters. We're going to get rid of the ones. And pretty simple scan, but this thing has produced some huge winners over time here. And he's using options volume today at 300. And let's see what's the difference between what's going on here on these two. So he's using contracts and actual options volume. So if we come here in this here, and that's how he's done that. And that's, again, a lot of what you want to do in trade ideas, especially if you're a newer user, still kind of learning what these terminologies mean. look them up on Investopedia or wherever, and then start plugging in these values into the scan. Run the history on the scan. See what it looks like. If you have a premium account, run the backtester on the scan. See what it looks like. And then kind of start to figure it out from there. What you think you can adjust to improve upon what you want to see. And that would be my 2 cents on that. I don't know a lot about options. It's just not kind of my thing. Like anything else, hopefully maybe one day I can learn. I never want to stop learning anything, and I never exclude anything. But just not there at this moment for me. The TI Swing Channel, I have never really used it. I don't really use much in the channel bar here. I did as a newer trader and as a newer user in TI, but we did not have that swing trader channel until long after, probably 2 years after I became a TI user. So it never really meshed in with what I was doing anymore. I can't say whether recommend it or not. A lot of what TI comes down to is how an individual interprets the data. So for me, for example, Holly, I use her for swing trading, and I'll show you exactly how I use her for swing trading. And this would apply to the swing channel or any other channel. So let's just take a look at something like Triple D here. All right. And now I'm going to try to figure out, does this fit into what I'm trying to do? And it kind of does, actually. If we make a base here, and then we start to build a new base somewhere in here. All right. We had that big run up. We had capitulation on the way down, if you will. All right. And now we had this bounce, and now, is that a double bottom there? So if you can kind of see what I'm drawing here, does that make a double bottom? And does that double bottom equal the beginning of the cup? And do we form a handle here now? Now time will tell. But this might just be something that I want to put on my liked list. And by my liked list, I mean I click the heart, and then by clicking that heart, that adds that to this my liked list. And this is just the top list. That all this top list is, if we come to the configure, is Windows specific filter. There is not a filter being used in here. Blank. Everything's blank in there. But what I have done is I've gone to symbols list, and I've checked it to say only the following lists and my like symbols, and that's all I'm following there. And then I personally like to sort on change from close percent. Look at that, already there, even highlighted for us. And that's it. That's all that is. And so that's the only things that's going to look at. And so when I click the my liked, it'll end up on here. And those are the things that I'm following. And I'm not as quick to update this list as I probably should be for taking things off when they don't meet the criteria anymore. But, it's there. I like to keep the list. I'd like to keep it 75 or under symbols. I probably really like to get it down to 50, to be honest. Like I said, I like really narrow data sets for myself in that sense. I scan a lot of data, but when I'm live, I want the data to be really limited. Define extended. Well, what one thing means to me won't mean it's the same to you. But what I mean by extended is, let's just take, for example, here this chart, and let's zoom in, and now let's move it back, and let's zoom in again. And hindsight being 2020, you had this nice little pattern that happened here. But let's say I didn't find this until it got here. And at that point, we had 1, 2, 3, and on the fourth day, it's up. I don't think buying there would have been a good idea, quite personally. And we could see that I would have been right. Again, hindsight's 2020, but to me, that was a bit extended. Now, we can say it was extended candles. We could also take it a step further and say extended price. Had it at $40 here. We got it at $50 there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 days, just over $10 in 5 days. That's a lot. And up here, I mean, that's where'd that go? So up here, that's 56. So $16 in 10 days. That's a pretty hefty move. If now you had caught that back here, that's pretty good. That works. Got probably half that amount. Catching it here, not so much. That's what I mean by extended. We could take a look at, let's see if anything I'm been currently watching today. Ooh, this is one that I called early in the traders room in our internal chat. I did not take it, but I called it at around 14. And now let's look at it on an internal chart, an intraday chart, and do you want to buy something that just made that run? You just found it there. Do you think buying it there is a great idea? I don't. That's just my opinion, once again. So, now we've got some consolidation here. Almost a little pattern forming there, too. We stay there, who knows? But look at this on a daily chart. Now, that's not a perfect line that I just drew. It's more there. So it's got a little room to run up still. But once again, in technical analysis, doesn't always line up perfect like that. But we can see right here that that's going to be an issue, in my personal opinion. And we had a run almost right to it before that pullback. You can't tell me that's coincidence. You can't tell me that there isn't probably a million people looking at the exact same thing that we're looking at on that chart right now. So a lot of this is psychology, Take these lines, look at this. You can't tell me that that's a coincidence. You can tell me it, but I'm not buying your premise. I'll tell you that right now. I'll show you something else. Now, this line that you're about to see on this chart, I drew at least 12 months ago. Oops. What is it? SPCA? What space? What's that? What's Chamath's thing there? I can't think of it. Help me out here, somebody. Let's scroll back for this one here. SPCE, that's it. There we go. This line that's right there, I couldn't even, at least 12 months ago. All right. Now let's zoom out. Whoops. Let's go this way. All right. And so someone I know today had traded this, got in it, got stopped out today, and then it took off and they were furious. Look at where that line came to today. That line was already here. Look at what it just did look at what it did here on this chart. Came down, tagged that line, and took back off. And let's just give it an example on an intraday chart. So these are the things you have to train your eye to learn as a trader. Now look at that. We had this first 15-minute candle, all right? Opened here, traded up, dropped, and then literally tagged out and back up and off to the races again. You can't tell me that once again, you could tell me it's coincidence. I'm not buying it still. Yes, SPC, thanks, Tofi. So, these are the things you have to learn, and these things happen, seeing this stuff happens with time, in your chair, in front of a screen, going through chart after chart, during live sessions, during after sessions. Another thing that I used to do a lot when I was more day trading was at the end of the day, it's kind of similar to what I do now. Some of the other scans that I used to run a lot during the day, I would go through all those scans and they'd have hundreds of alerts in them. And this would be after coming home from the restaurant. I've already done a 12-hour day at the restaurant. I would come home and I'd be up for half the night going through chart after chart of all the alerts that I could go through that I had running during the day while I was at work at the restaurant. I go back through the history of all of them, take a look at everything, mark up those charts, and try to find the patterns and commonalities in them. And that's what you do. Anybody that's been in any of these support sessions with me the last few times I've done them, I also talk about trading is not a job. If you think trading is a job, you have the wrong mentality for trading. Trading is a business. A job is you run the fryer at McDonald's. A business is you run the franchises of McDonald's. What you are doing here is creating your own business. And when you create a business, you create a plan. When you become a trader, you create a plan. It's not just about the scans. It's great to have wonderful scans, but if you don't have a trading plan, you have the most wonderful scans on the planet, and they'll mean absolutely nothing if you don't know how you're getting into a stock, how you're sizing your share when you get into that stock, and how you're managing your risk once you're in that stock, upside and downside, most importantly. For any of you that are here in the YouTube, obviously, one of the traders that's in the other side of the trading room, his name is Real. He's an unbelievable trader, and he gave me several lectures over the years. I don't even know if he'll remember any of them, because he's seen so many people come and go through that room over the years. But, I was struggling and, discussing some of my struggle in some of the chats in there. And he once said to me, well, what was your stop on that stock when you got in? I said, well, I didn't have one. He goes, well, then why did you get into it? He said, why don't you go to Vegas? You have the same odds in Vegas as you do as trading without a stop. And again, hurts the feelings, but it's the truth. If you don't have a stop before you're getting into a stock, you have no reason to get into it whatsoever. It's just that simple. So, these are the things as a business owner, you have a plan when you go to open a business. If you go to open a UPS store, you have a business plan. If you go to open a restaurant, you have a business plan. If you go to become a trader, you need to have a business plan. That doesn't mean that you have it right away, and that doesn't mean you come up with one and that's the end of it. How I came up with mine, a lot of mine, was I journaled. My first few months of trading, I journaled every trade. I moved to probably journaling 90% of my trades, and now, I kind of do my journaling a little different. I don't just journal individual trades. I more kind of journal the day itself. But it's the evolution of growth, like anything else. And especially those first months journaling every trade, I went back and I found that I had the same mistakes that cost me money in every losing trade. I always either chased or I was up and didn't take profit on any kind of pullbacks. And at the beginning, that was especially important to me because I didn't know how to manage my risk whatsoever. So, I, like everybody else, I wanted to hit the big home run and I wanted to let my winners run and, but I didn't know how to cut my losers either. And I didn't know when enough was enough. So these are things that I learned by literally writing down every trade and what happened in it. And so that's how I did it. How do I choose my stop? I have a few different ways. I have no official method. I use moving averages mostly, and I use pivot lines. So, for example, let's see here. Let's find something that I have been in and out of recently a bunch, but I'm not currently in. So, BCRX. Okay, so this is something I've been in and out of once again for a long time now, on some swing trades. And to give an example here, I caught this on this day here. This day here. Not sure what the date is when I'm in my drawing tool. It doesn't tell me. So the 12th, I caught that. And I knew that I was looking at this kind of area here for my first upside. However, I also wanted to use something for my downside. So I looked at the most recent support lines, if you will, and again, use the horizontal lines, and I went by previous days, and I used the bottom of these candles here. I ignored that wick. And I used the bottoms of these candles here. It just kind of what lined up with my eyes. And if you look back across on all this here, and again, it's not perfect to it, but look, you can see that this line mattered here in price action. And once again, it mattered here in price action. And once again, it mattered here in price action. All right, so that line seemed like a big deal to me and seemed like it was where I was getting out. I wanted to manage some risk, so I sold some after, had a couple sideways days. And then on this day, I sold some here because I didn't know if it would keep going or not. So I saw that as potential resistance. And then the same kind of thing here. I saw the resistance there, and then we had those kind of sell-off days, and so I got out of it on this day. I got out of it on this day here. I took my profit and I went home. Hindsight, once again, it's 2020, and we're back up above where I sold it today. And of course, I'm kicking myself, but that is what it is. Do the same thing here on. This was another one that I was watching really well, and I was in it recently. AR. I got out of it the same day as I got out of BCRX. So same kind of thing here. This one I used moving averages more. I was using this 8 EMA. This is an 8 EMA. This one here, the dark one, is an 8 EMA. And so that's what I was using. And I grabbed this one on this day here. Somewhere more in this range, though, I believe. and it was, I think, the 1180s, 1185. I think I grabbed it. Had a nice next follow through day. We went sideways a little bit, and I started to exit it on this day here. No, I'm lying. I exited on this day here. And then, hindsight being that it worked out well here. But, that's where I kind of had my profit target. And so I exited there and, I did all right on it. Not buying a private jet, but, going back, I could start to see, you want to talk about extended. And again, it comes relative. Look at this. We had this nice move. I caught some of it right here. And then it starts to look extended off those moving averages, especially that 8 EMA was starting to pull away from it. And, another book I'll throw out there, I'm rereading What Works on Wall Street by Jim O'Shaughnessy. He talks about everything being a revert to the mean, reverting to the mean. Everything reverts to the mean eventually. And that's why, strategies that are long, true, and tested will work over time. And strategies that worked over 5 years may not work over 5 years because everything reverts to the mean. Well, that's what moving averages are, reverting to the mean. But what does that mean? The mean is a time period. And so, as being in these more momentum, short-term, couple of day kind of plays, that 8 EMA, it started to pull away from it. And I figure at some point it reverts to that 8 EMA. Now, whether that's through sideways action and the 8 EMA catches up or it pulls back to it, I don't know. But I wasn't sticking around to find out because I had, I'd made my dollar in it. Is there value in comparing daily ATR with weekly ATR? I do not use ATR. It is one of those things that I keep saying I'm going to study and learn more. But what I actually use is I like to use a change in filter on, actually I'd kind of used it in this consolidation scan that I'd worked on a long time ago. I gave up on it. But I think it's kind of the same concept. So what I was trying to do was trying to find stuff that was consolidating over a period. This is when I was still day trading more. So I was trying to find stuff that was consolidating more. And then started to make new highs. So what do I want? Summary. And so I had used this change in, let's see, probably better shown over here. This change in 30-minute filter. And so I was trying to get a range in that sense. I think it's something similar to what you're looking for average true range. I know Michael Noss is a big average true range guy, so not that one, this one here. So these are some of the really powerful filters, and when you're trying to find, maybe we don't, do chart patterns per se in a traditional sense, but if you're trying to find chart patterns, some of these filters, position in range, change in, whether it's change in percent or change in dollar, these are the kind of things you can find, saying, hey, show me something that moved up this amount in that amount of time, but also moved down this amount in that amount of time. And that's when you start to be able to find those patterns unfolding, and I would suggest if that was something you were trying to do, create a top list. Use these filters. Start plugging them in. All right, I'm going to go into the configure here. And let's see, search, configure. And you're going to see there's a lot of these change in filters here. And you can start to mess around on these time frames and whether you want to see it in dollar value or you want to see it in percent value. And then another helpful tip, 2 helpful tips I'm going to give right now in the configure here is you select this here, see it's highlighted, you can right click and go to help. All right, and that's going to give you one of these pages right here. It's going to bring you right to the definition of that filters, those set of filters, and you can start to see that there. Or another way to do it too is you can always click on it, and we got it highlighted here. You can click help right here. And then the next part is, a lot of people don't know this, I still feel, is this show me in the column, the middle column here. By clicking that, you can start to see this right here, and you can plug the values in. So it's telling me, show me stocks where the price was up no more than 1.3% in the last 30 minutes. Also show me stocks where it was down no more than 1.3%. Also show me stocks where it was flat in the last 30 minutes. And if I mess around with these values, for example, put a 0 there, now we just changed what this is doing. And you can do that with most filters. So you can start to say, because sometimes I myself have trouble visualizing what I want the filter to do. And so by going into the show me function, it really helps. So, these are all little things that are in there. help you, still help me to this day. How do you choose your stop loss? Yeah, covered that. ATR. So I kind of covered that. Um, I don't really do ATR much, but like I said, compare it to the change in filter, and it's the same kind of idea. You know, if you're trying to find consolidation or you're trying to find a breakaway from that consolidation, is how I would equate the ATR to. How do you handle your risk in those trades? Well, so I'm willing to risk a certain amount per trade in general. I risk about the same amount every single trade. So I share size based on the stop loss that I've selected for that trade. And like I said, sometimes the three main things that I use for my share sizing and selecting my stop loss is a 8 EMA on the daily, a 20 SMA on the daily, and pivot lines on the daily. And I decide what fits my eyes the best at that time. You know, you could break trading down to complete science and all math and all that. I'm not that kind of person, so part of it for me is a feel thing, um, and that's more or less how I do it. So if my stop loss is at a dollar on this trade, I'm risking a dollar per share. I'm taking X amount of shares. If it's at 50 cents per share, I'm taking a different amount of shares, and that's how I do it. And that's part of my written slash unwritten rules of trading that I've come up. That's my business, going back to it, my business plan in trading. That's my trading plan. If I was Staples and I was opening a Staples, that would be how it was included in my business plan. Again, to me, trading isn't a job; it's a business. I've been trying to adapt $50 risk at market stop low strategy, have trailing stop previous day close. Is that possible? You can't have a hard stop and a trailing stop at the same time. So no. If that's what you're asking, Ben, you gotta pick one or the other. You can't have both because um, they're conflicting orders, they're individual orders. So market mechanics won't let you have those both. It's just the way it works on a single position. Can I share that? Can I share? That scanner. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I can share this. I don't think it's nothing special, and it's been at least 15, 16 months since I probably worked on it, if not longer. But yeah, I'll share it. Where is shave or share to cloud? Paste. So there's that. The idea behind that was it was still when I was more day trading. I was trying to find stocks that were going to cross on the 820 EMA SMA on a 5-minute chart. I think that's what it was, or maybe it was a 15-minute chart. Now I can't even remember. And the idea was that I was trying to find stocks that were consolidating in price, so those moving averages were meeting up again, and then started to move up and make that new high. So there was that upside momentum again, with the moving averages having caught each other more or less. Do I see any value in MACD or RSI? RSI, I see a value in the daily chart, and I'll show you why. I'm going to add it as an indicator here now. I don't have it on mine. Where are you, RSI? Add. And so this is one of the factors that I look at actually when I'm going through what's going to work for me. And I like to see a strong RSI moving up. So now this stock was on what would have been my liked list, I believe. However, it doesn't meet all my criteria right now because we have lower lows, lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. Now, we can ask ourselves, we had two lower lows here. Does this constitute a double bottom, a shallow double bottom? Maybe. Do we have the beginnings of the first cup and then we can build a handle afterwards? I don't know. If it had done this, and then we saw that next level up making a higher high, and we saw this positive RSI convergence, then that gets me interested. But that's that's in the future. For now, this wouldn't cut the mustard for me, as my dad would say. So that's how I see the value in RSI. I've never used MACD. Like every other indicator, it's lagging price and volume. So make of it what you will, just like the moving averages that I happen to like myself. It never caught my eye. It just didn't work for me personally. But I think there's value in whatever you find. It's again how you're interpreting the data. You like RSI, or excuse me, you like MACD, go with it for sure if it's something that catches your eye. Nothing had really ever caught my eye quite the same as that horseshoe up pattern or that cup and handle pattern. So that's why I've had a lot of success with it now, especially since I implemented it. I would say if you like the MACD, work it, simulate it, trade it in the simulator, see how you do in it, you know. And of course, simulated trading is never going to completely equate to what you're doing live. Just that's the way it works. But you know, it's the first step in anything else. Um, so that's how I would say with MACD, anyways. If it's something that's caught your eye, go for it. You know. Um, Are you using hard stops or not so much? I read in book by him. He doesn't suggest it. He thinks that price swing algos. So here's my thought on this. If you cannot have the discipline to get out of your stock when it comes to where you decided your stop is going to be, which is not something everybody has, use a hard stop. Set it and suck it up. Whatever the algos are doing and things like that, it's part of the 4D chess game that we don't get to be a part of in that sense. It is what it is. If you can have the discipline to to keep out of that trouble. Now there becomes the gray area where you might have something, and on that first 5 minute candle, let's say in the morning, those quote unquote predatory algos come down and run the stops on you. It is what it is. Can you stomach that little extra pain that you're sitting in to see if that's going to happen? So be it. But if you get that, you know, you get that first 5 minutes open and you don't have that hard stop in there and it makes that downturn and you don't want to get out then you don't have the discipline. Run the hard stop. That's all there is to it. If you have the discipline to say, all right, well, the first 5 minutes went by, it ran down, it's not coming back, it's below what that original stop was, I got to suck up that extra loss trying to wait out that predatory algo, then that is what it is. But that's where maybe that gray area comes into it. Um, I haven't seen very much in the stuff that I'm trading a lot of that kind of price action. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but in general, I don't find it happens to me a whole lot. I think that's going to be in stuff that has much higher relative volumes, really, really liquid stocks, stocks that you're going to find that more the hedge funds and things like that are involved in it, those quant funds and stuff like that. So that's where you have to keep those considerations, I would say, and that's kind of how that works with that. So, in short, if you have the discipline to get out when you're in your stop area, do it. If you don't, don't put the hard stop in. If you don't have that discipline, you got to put the hard stop in because that's the only thing that's protecting you, and that's the only thing that's going to keep a small loss, a reasonable loss, a loss that you decided you were willing to take, from a loss that will destroy your account. Um, do you have traded Holly AI? What is your experience with it? So I day traded. I tried day trading her, at the beginning of trading. It goes back to I just don't trade the really fast moving stuff well intraday. I'm just not good at it. That's all there is to it. I could suck up my pride and say that. The way I use Holly now is, I was kind of going over before, as I start to look if she fits any of those patterns that I like to look at. So let's see here. Um, so here, something that might interest me, but a lot of, this big move down, I'd want to see it have a base, so nothing doesn't interest me there. We're going to keep clicking through some of her alerts here. Short. Let's try to find. Sorry, I got all this noise in the background here. So some of these are a little more extended from where I'd want to enter right now. Sorry, getting a message from Barry here. So, now this one right here, this might kind of interest me a little bit. It's actually at the price range I like to trade, but we got a bit of a base that was established here. We made a run up here. We had some consolidation here. We see that again. That starts to interest me. So it might be something to track. Sometimes she's starting to see something that maybe we don't see under the hood with her algos. Now, I don't like that right there, that RSI. Don't care for that at all. But, there's a lot of moving components to deciding any kind of trade. Let's see what we got here in this pullback long. So let's look at this as a good example. She had a buy signal here. She went on to go on for a couple day hold there, all right? She based out here pretty well, and then she continued to move up again. So that might have been something to continuously track, be in and out of on some swing trades, you know? Now we ask ourselves, do we establish a base and make a run again? Price action will tell us. We're going to have to see see that happen again. Here's another one that I know because it broke my heart. Zoom in a little bit more here, and Barry's getting ready to come back in a minute. But same thing here. She made this buy here. Off that buy, you were never in trouble. All right, for a long time. Now, nobody's getting that whole move. But if you could have gotten 30% of that move, that's pretty outstanding, all right? Now, I happen to have been trading it back here, actually. I came out of it and trading in that pattern right there, and I sold here or sold here. And then she did that, and of course, crying in my soup big time afterwards, but always hindsight trading is the best. She caught the other side of the trade, too. She shorted it here, you know? So while her signals are intraday, what are you seeing in the chart? How are you interpreting that data? That's what matters more than anything else. You know, she's, yes, set up a specific way, but you're not set up a specific way. So, I would suggest if, you're day trading it, that's fine, but figure out how day trading it works for you. Let's take a look at an intraday of Triple D here and how that might have worked for someone day trading. All right. On a 15-minute chart here. All right. Not a bad entry. And we can see that we had a gap and go. All right. Good solid volume here today.
Okay, here's another one. One of my favorite. I haven't said this one for a while. One of my favorite symbols for a food stock, BRFS. Sorry, a little potty humor there, but crazy. It's I believe it's a Brazilian stock. Yeah, it's a Brazilian stock. I'm sure they did not know what that might translate to in English. Yeah, they just missed out on the A, yes. I am back. Thank you, Ija. Okay, thank you. Now, we're talking about the BRFS. Showing up in the options, so 469. You know what? I mean, man. Take a look left on the monthly chart. What do we have? 475 is the high. 474. 484. Boy, if this could ever, clear this, say, the 5 level, look how much room it's got. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but going forward, what are my thoughts about it? Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. I was hoping to demonstrate it. I can't because there's some bugs that just will cause me too much grief. But in essence, probably the main feature will be the ability to have your own layout loaded and then going into the channel bar and clicking on a channel and still having your layout up and running. In other words, you can have a layout from the channel bar and your own layout. There will be containers also, so you can create a container and put your scans in it, and then drag them wherever you want. So in theory, you could have several of your layouts open at the time, I guess, things like that. So that's kind of the big change, one of the big changes. I just can't demo it because for whatever reason it's screwing up the width of columns for me. For instance, right here it keeps doing it, even though this is not it. It keeps screwing up the width of the columns, so all of a sudden I can't see the price, or I can't see the volume, I can't see the time, I can't see the symbol, just things like that. So this is really, really new. So I have no idea when it's going to be released. That has to be fixed. But it is pretty slick. Yeah, I mean it's real simple. One of the ones I would like to have is, for me is to have the this is a container, the sector status. So I guess it isn't there then. If it's not there, then it's not there. CYTH guys on the move here. CYTH on the move. Yeah, if you don't see it there, then I guess it's not there. It must be in a later, like I'm in a development version always, and so I'm surprised it's not there. Let me just ask a real quick question. But others have said the same thing, so. No, you can only have one version loaded at a time. Why would you want that? Number one, but you can only have one version because it overwrites it. And it is shortable. CYTH is shortable. Shortable. I can always preface that. It's shortable at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I think I'm too late. And this is what I see in terms of above the channel rail. That's what I see on a 30-minute chart. So oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yes, the dreamer is right. I mean, yes, in theory, sure, you could have two different versions of the software running on two different devices. Sure, if that's what you want to do, sure. Just as he said, just not. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But you're absolutely right. I never really thought about that because I would never do that. Yeah, we're getting some option plays here. Kind of late, but nonetheless, here they are. So here's another one. PD, and when I say option, I'm just talking about the option scanner, not talking about trading the options. PDSB, so looking left. Yeah, this is the one that has some room. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 945. Keep waiting on that go-to. Well, we've got a big disconnect. I mean, some of you I know follow GME. So there's GME, and there's AMC. We have a big disconnect now. The boys are not following both. lot of people are just shy, right, Riley? I have no idea though, other than that. Price action is looking at stocks that have similar price action. Okay. Now I noticed when I clicked on this yesterday, I would only get one. I don't know if that's going to be the same today. I don't know if that's a bug. I think that must be. Oh, here we go. So what, in theory, what it's looking for are stocks that are having similar price action. That's all. Do I put a lot of faith in it? Not necessarily. I mean, these are up 7%, 6%, but similar price action. That's what it's supposed to zero in on. Okay. Do I have any scans to look for RSI divergence? I don't, Brian. I'm sure there might be some, but I don't. You might want to try the Trader's Vault. I have no idea if there's something there that one of the other traders uses. If you click on, from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar, and then click on the Trader's Vault. That is where a lot of the other traders put their scans. I don't know if there's anything called RSI divergence. I don't see anything. You might want to just ask that. Maybe one of the other traders has a scan like that. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. I just put the link in. Just ask if anybody has something that looks at RSI divergence. Yeah, this is intriguing. This PDSB is definitely intriguing. Low float, good volume, 4 million, 3.7 times normal. Low float situation. I mean, it's had a great week. A great 2 days, I guess. Yesterday was its breakout day. Continuation now. Yeah, probably this is not good. I like this one, Scott, but it's probably not good for a new trader. You'd really have to understand charts and all that, the gap continuation or reverse. I mean, one of the reasons I create the watch list, there are probably too many alerts today in the watch list, but it tries to get, new traders maybe focus on just a few stocks. But you have to put in the time to be able to read charts. There's nothing. I don't know if I think you were asking some questions when Chris was in the room. I don't know if he directed you to this. I'm just going to find it. But you have to put the time in to understand how to read charts. There's no shortcut. TradeIdeas is a great scanning tool. It's a tool though. It's not. It's not the be-all and the end-all that's going to teach you how to trade. So if you go to my homepage and click on the link, one of the things you'll see is this is the education section. So if you click here, and you scroll all the way down to the bottom, back to basics, okay? So it starts to talk, well, what is a stock, an introduction to charts and candlesticks, support, resistance, things like that, okay? There's Chris talking about that. So, yeah, there's no shortcut. Even if I said to you, okay, this watch list here, which actually probably has too many alerts in it today, it may, I try to keep, well, it's impossible for me to know ahead of time, but sometimes you only get about 4 or 5. That means you only have to concentrate on maybe 4 or 5 stocks for the day if you're brand new. That still requires, though, that, okay, great, now I see these symbols, what am I supposed to do with them? Well, now it's a matter of somewhat analyzing what the charts are telling you. Look, I have a style of trading that is pure momentum, okay? Momentum meaning most of everything that I see is either going to be at a new high or a new low for the day if I'm wanting to short. That's why then, but it doesn't mean just because a stock makes a new high that I pile into it. It just means, okay, you've made a new high. What sort of a pattern are you coming out of? But more importantly for me, I'm looking at the higher time frames, the daily, the weekly, and the monthly chart, because look at PDSB as an example, okay? So when you look at PDSB and you look at the monthly chart, if you look left and you get back to May of 2019, so 2 years ago, that's the high looking left, 938. So at 786, could that have room? I'm not saying it's going to get up to that high of 2 years ago, but at least we take one aspect of why stock may not go up. We take that aspect out, which is chart resistance. Now, you look at the weekly chart, the same thing. You have to keep looking at these charts. So again, I look over here. Well, that week corresponds to that month. So that's cool. All right. So that's me because I'm a momentum trader. I'm always looking to say, okay, great. You're at the high of the day. Where could you keep going until you encounter some more chart resistance? And there's nothing. There's no shortcut, as Chris is saying. There's no shortcut. I don't think so, Jason. It looks like it's the same program, but it's really not. I haven't used the RBI in a long time. Let me just see if I get one. I'm pretty sure no, but let's see. Well, if you're clicking on an alert and you're not getting a blue arrow, then the answer is no. But I'll keep it up. I haven't even thought about that. Now, the thing to do is to practice trading using our simulator. It uses our real-time data, so you're not committing money to the market, and you have to get a feel for things then. You can get a feel for things in the simulator. Making money in the simulator, though, again, does not guarantee you'll make money when you start using your real money. Because when you start using your real money, it becomes way more emotional than when you're just playing around. Now, when I say playing around in a simulator, you should if you want to take this seriously, you should take the simulator seriously also. So if you've got $5,000 in your account, you're not going to take 10,000 shares of a $5 or $6 stock. Okay, you have to try to take it seriously. See if you can make money in the simulator. I guarantee it. If you cannot make money in the simulator, you won't make money when you're using real money. But again, there's no guarantee that if you do make money in the simulator, that you will make money once you start trading, because emotions start to take over. Way different, when it's play money and seeing your profit and loss go up and down than when it's your real money. So I'm not trying to, trading is not easy. I think that a lot of people, I'm not just talking you, Scott, but a lot of people think, they go on Twitter, or some guys, I turned $5,000 into $1 million in a day. Yeah, okay, maybe, probably not. But yeah, if you get insanely lucky by buying $5,000 worth of a 0.00001 cent stock and it goes to $100, fine. Well, I mean, Jason, I mean, I'm always, I've got these basic new highs and lows, and I've got my. If you are, I mean, I love the gap continuation or reverse. Not too many alerts today, but I love it. So, I mean, those are two scans that I'm sharing. Yeah, so I don't. I base it on this. So I base my stop loss on the chart, Scott. Okay, so if I look at a chart and I think I try to identify where I think there's support on the chart. Probably at least on a 5-minute chart, but maybe on a 15-minute chart. Then that's where I'll put that. That's where I'll have my stop. I do not base it on, well, I'll risk 1% a trade, 0.5% a trade. That to me, it's not. Not that setting a stop on the chart is entirely scientific, but it makes a little more sense to me than just having some kind of artificial percentage as a stop. That's my opinion, all right? And then having got my stop, so I'll know where I'm in to the trade and I know where I'm out if it works against me. I take that difference, just say for argument's sake, it's 20 cents, and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade. So I would divide 20 cents into $100 to get 500 shares. That's how many shares I would take. Conversely, I'm in 500 shares and I get stopped out for a 20-cent loss, I lose $100. So there's two things that work here. You have to, somehow you have to be able to read a chart. I mean, look, some will use a moving average break. I like to see it. I like to visually see on a chart where I think there's support. But take a look at those vids, those 36. They're very quick, short, sweet, to the point. Yeah, so let's just say for argument's sake, I take this PDSP right here in the simulator, okay? And again, this is what I'm talking about, Scott, so if you follow along, I do this earlier on in the day. I'll do it here. So let's just say I want to take this trade, all right? And I've got if I looked at the chart, I mean, I'm saying I would want, well, okay, let me try to make the math easy here. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it. Okay, so I took it at 794, all right? I mean, I could conceivably put a stop. I mean, again, I'm just trying to make this math simple. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 774. Now understand, when you get into a trade, you know where your stop is, okay? So I'm not doing this after the fact. I'm just showing you how, or others. So I put my stop in at 774. I mean, it's not the worst stop in the world. I mean, there's some action right there. The 2-minute chart up here, if it broke down through there, probably I should be out of the trade, okay? So that's 20 cents away. So 794 is my entry, 774 is my stop, 20 cents away. I said, okay, I'll risk $100 on the trade. 20 cents into $100 equals 500 shares. So that's why I picked 500 shares. If you look on the chart, you'll see that if I allow it to go down to 774, I'll be out $100. It'll take me out for a $100 loss. Okay? Now, the stop that I've got here and all my personal stops that I use, that is, I guess I'll call it the ultimate stop. Okay, that is the absolute stop. I can always choose to get out of a trade earlier if I want to. You know, if I get into a trade, I don't like the way it's trading. Maybe the market all of a sudden takes a big downturn. Something happens. This is the absolute worst I want as a stop. But personally, though, if I don't like the way something's trading, I can always get out earlier. You know, and that again is just going to be a bit of a feel. Again, as I said, maybe the SPY is moving against me. Maybe all of a sudden a huge amount of volume came in. It looks like it's starting to cascade down. You know, so I don't have to wait for my stop, but I won't. But I will always obey my stop. Don't want to get into situations where, again, when you're new and you place your stop, you're finally ready. You know, you've practiced a lot, and now you're ready to commit real money to the market. You take that first trade, it starts working against you, and that's when the second guessing comes in. I'll use my little devil and angel analogy, okay? The devil is saying, you know what? You're an idiot. That stop was too tight. Reduce it. So you start moving it down. The angel is saying, no, 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 no. Keep your stop. The devil is saying, the angel doesn't know anything. It starts to approach your new stop. You keep reducing it. Don't worry, it's going to come back. It's going to come back. All right? And you can see what's going to happen. Eventually, maybe at some point where it keeps moving down, 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 instead of that $100 manageable loss, you're down to $500 or $600 for that loss. And you kick yourself and you ask the devil what happened, and he's long gone. Okay, and the angel is saying, okay, next time, obey your stop. So how to do that? You keep it in. Okay? If you have Interactive Brokers or an E-Trade account, you can use the stop on the charts, okay, by using this Brokerage Plus window. If you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way in which you can put a stop in. But one of the worst things you can do, we notice in demonstrating something today, one of the worst things that can happen though is that you don't obey your stop, you keep moving it down, stock comes down, it moves down below your original stop, and then it bounces up big. And you go, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop, because look what happened, it bounced up. Almost the worst thing that can happen. Because it gives yourself maybe a false sense of security that, you know what, I guess I don't have to obey stops. Well, the other thing, what you can also do, if this trade really started to work well, again, this is in the simulator. So let's just say PDSB really starts to work well and it's up, 810, 820. Of course, now you can start moving your stop up, right on the chart to another area on the chart that might look sense in terms of a support area. Okay? I don't use trailing stops. I know that the subject of trailing stops comes up a lot. Now, personally, I don't use trailing stops because I'm not in so many trades at the same time, usually no more than 2 at a time. So I can always manage the trade on my own. To me, a trailing stop is not, again, scientific. I mean, you're going to put a trailing stop a 0.5% away, 1% away. It's not based on anything, in my opinion. Now, if you're in a lot of trades at the same time, and as somebody who is a new trader, I don't recommend that at all. Yeah, then you have to have maybe another way to manage. But other than that, I'd be moving my stop up on the chart to areas that kind of make sense. Now, this has got room. As I said before, the next highs are up at 947. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but can you see that if you're a new trader, if all of this were sitting right above it, and without this big topping tail, but if all of this were sitting right above it, like right here, hopefully you can start to see that, man, there's a lot of action right there, and it could stall trying to get through there if that were sitting right above this price. Okay, so you wouldn't want to take that trade then. Now, it doesn't mean that just because there is this right above it that it won't just soar right through. Of course it could, but all I'm trying to do is put the odds in our favor. So take chart resistance out of the equation. Exactly, Scott. Yeah, you can use previous if it pops through a resistance area. That in theory, you hear this term all the time. Resistance becomes the new support. Popping through a resistance area now becomes the new support. I will, Saeed. Yes, you too. So now I'm just going to demonstrate how you can get out of a trade. I can flatten it. Okay, I got out of the trade. I just flattened it. Yeah, not from me, Scott. I read books many, many, many years ago. I have no idea if they're still around. I mean, I'm sure some of them are. I know one of the. If you come into the other room, Scott, okay, there's the main trading room. You might get more action in terms of people suggesting books to read. Okay, there's the link to get into the trading room, what I call the main trading room. This is what it looks like. More action in here, more traders, more interactivity. Yeah, so just click on that link. It's the main trading room. I have two rooms. Well, I have. I mean, we have a couple of rooms. We have the YouTube room that you're in, and we have the other one, which I call the main trading room. Well, this is not turning out to be too bad. 469, and what did I get up to? 491 on volume. Look at the volume that came in to PDSB. And there, I'm sorry, not the PDSB, but the other one. Wow, there it goes, guys. PDSB. Sorry you're short. I mean, I'm sure maybe it'll turn into a short, but look at that. Two great ones right now, 789 and 469, but this one, 789. Wow. It's all about, I mean, it's at the top of a channel and all, but I mean, it's all about how much room. You know, I mean, it may stall here, it may pull back, but I mean, it's all about how much room can a stock keep moving. Now, there's a big topping tail now on it. I should be the AI. I have 469, Chris. I haven't changed it in a long time. Here are my current filters. I haven't changed this. The 300%, the 2,000 I haven't changed anything in a long, long time. Well, HRB probably is outside of $25. Okay, that's why. My cutoff is $25, yeah. Hey, it might be good. I mean, it might be good. 400%. A lot of volume. A lot of option volume on it, yes. A lot of these guys are quick hitters. You know, you don't want to overstay your welcome. Now this one could be interesting though, because look what it's doing. Now, when you ask about breathing room, it depends on the price. I mean, look how much look where look what barfs could go. Let's just call it what it is. Look what BRF could go. BRFS could go. I mean, it's got room all the way up to 7. The other way to look at it is that if my risk is 20 cents, I have to have a reasonable explanation. I'm getting tired, guys. 2 weeks. I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least 40 cents. Some will say 60 cents. In other words, a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay, so if I have a risk of 20 cents, I'm risking 20 cents. You know, and if I look at the chart and I see like resistance 5 cents away, of course I'm not going to take the trade. So I have to have a reasonable expectation of 40 cents if I'm risking 20. Some will say 60, 1 for 3, or 1 to 3. Well, just look at the chart. I mean, look what it could do. I mean, there's all sorts of. I mean, they up at the top here is $7, right? I'm not saying it's going to get there today. It may never get there. All right, but all I'm saying is that when you look at this weekly chart, look how steeply it came down. Look at the monthly chart. Now, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 632. So I mean, that could stall it, but still plenty of room for a $4.90 stock. Yeah, I don't Wiggle. You got to be careful with Wiggle, Roxana. I thought they deleted it, to be honest. Brad, who is one of the co-founders of Trade Ideas and more of a technical guy, I thought he was getting rid of it. Oh, of course, looking at it, yes, historical perspective, of course. That's why, I mean, looking left. No, U.S. holiday is the following Monday. So the room will be open on Monday. Even though my wife will be not happy. Well, there's another thing, Scott. I mean, my option scanner, and as Siri is saying, does it work, this well every single day? Of course not. But the option scanner usually only gives, I'd say, no more than 6 or 7 a day. I mean, right now we're at 4. There was one day, I think it had over 10, but it's usually not very many. And the reason being is that I put some really tough filter requirements in there. No, no, no. The U.S. holidays the following Monday. Their Memorial Day. I don't know, Roxana. You'd have to ask. I don't know. I just remember Brad talking about it months and months and months ago, answering a question in one of the Wednesday Q&As. And he didn't seem to think it was very... I don't know why it's still in there. But hey, listen, if you can use it and you can use it and make money doing it, fine. Okay, Asiri, as you know, if you are going to auto trade it, please practice in the simulator first, right? And see how it works. I mean, really keep an eye on this one, guys. This is actually, this BRFS, I mean, the longer it holds under 5, and if it pops through 5 with some volume, I mean, again, this has room. I'm not saying it is going to keep going, but this could be very interesting next week, as an example. I mean, look what it's done this week. I mean, really, it's just today. It's taken all this out today. And I don't know why. I don't see any specific reason for it. It's on an earnings play. Had earnings on the 12th. Yeah, yeah, Siri, because I don't want you losing, thinking this is the be all and the end all, and then, committing everything the first day and getting wiped out. I know you wouldn't do that, but yeah, I can't comment on that, Scott. I really haven't. I'm not a big macro. I'm so much in tune to trading intraday. Maybe somebody else might want to comment on that, but I don't. I have no opinion on that. Yeah, right. Well, I could be convinced if it pops through 5 on volume. But understand, Scott, I'm not telling anybody how to like to follow me, okay? But that's what I'm looking at. The only thing is, right here would have been obviously ideal, So it might be a little late, but I mean, there was the alert at 469, like right there. That would have been more or less ideal. A little bit of consolidation, and then boom. And look at the volume that came in. See, look at all that volume. That's what I mean. That's your key. A pop through at a consolidation on no volume can just easily lead it to come right back down. But obviously there's some enthusiasm about this right now. Look at the relative volume, 7.6. It's a big float. I mean, it's got, 797 million in the float. This is not a low float, but it's trading 7.6 times normal. You can. MPS, yes, you can. Let me give you the code again. Yeah, so if you upgrade, if you already have something right now, and you want to upgrade to our an annual, you can use that promo code. So if you're currently a subscriber, you know, you've been a subscriber for, doesn't matter how long, months, years, at a monthly, and now you want to upgrade to an annual, you can use that promo code. All you have to do is well, okay. You might have to contact Kelly. I don't know if you can do it automatically. Okay, and tell her that you were talking to me. And would you upgrade to an annual, if that's what you want to do? I wish we could just do it automatically, but I don't know about our accounting system in that regard. I believe it expires okay. I think the email says Wednesday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday. Okay, so that, to be on the safe side, I think that's when it expires. I thought the email, if somebody maybe can help me, I don't know if I saved the email that went out. I'm pretty sure it said Wednesday. Yeah, the email, you might have got it yesterday, yes, but it should have said when it expires. That's what I'm talking about. I think I'm almost, okay, you know what? Instead of trying to guess, May the 26th. Thank you very much. Okay. So May the 26th is Wednesday. Yes, okay. Are you part of the test drive? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'll just give you the promo code. That's all it says. Okay, it just gives you the promo code you can use. Are you part of the test drive? Interesting, because I thought everybody got it, but that's okay. I'll just give you the. Sometimes it goes to your spam. Okay, you might have to check your spam filter or your spam folder. Sometimes, if you have Gmail, and I'm sure other browsers have the same sort of thing. It can go into, I know in Gmail, it can go into a promotional folder automatically. Okay. All right, you guys are talking about Obalon. All right, guys. Now this is started. This is showing up on the gap up and reverse. Okay, gap up and reverse. MOXC. Now. Not that I'm aware of, Scott. You're connected directly, to IB. So, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, well, yes, it will renew automatically, but I think you get an email, I don't know, 2 weeks before, just saying, hey, your subscription is due to renew. So you do have a heads up. Guys, this is really looking more and more interesting. Sellers tried to knock it down a little bit. Buyers are keeping it right here. I'm talking about the BRFS. All right. I'm taking off at 2:30. Real will keep the room open till 3, but I am taking off at 2:30. So it's only 40 minutes from now. And Chris, you will stay from 2:30 to 3 in the YouTube room. So I won't shut that down. Is that correct? You don't have to. You don't have to. No, it's a YouTube room, Scott. It's just that I moderate both, but because of today, I'm taking off at 2:30. Normally I stay till 3 o'clock. So instead of shutting the room down, both rooms down, instead of shutting both rooms down, Chris will take look after from 2:30 to 3, and Real will look after this room from 2:30 to 3 also. No, not 4. Stop it. You missed the space, Vicky. 1-800. I looked at 1,800 junkies and went, what? No idea. I don't know. Well, the cutoff is probably at 4 today. I really don't know, Vicky. All right, guys. Maybe keep an eye on OTLY. Maybe take a look what it's trying to do. Again, the IPO from yesterday, lots of star power behind it, lots of financial institutions behind it. And it looks like it's trying to crawl off 22. It was a pretty brutal sell-off. How long do you have? I think they're shutting down around 4:30, Chris. I know it's not a switch at right at 4 o'clock, but I think it might be around 4:30. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's around 4:30 Eastern time, of course. So, okay, guys, if you're part of the test drive, please save. And if even if you're not planning to take out a subscription right away, you don't have to. But even if you took out a subscription a year from now, as long as you save everything that you've done, if you've created any layouts, you've created any scans, you've got my scans, you want to save them, save everything to the cloud. Okay, everything to the cloud. Because if you do decide to take out a subscription at some future date, if you use the same email that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything you've done will be there for you. You just have to load it from the cloud. Oh, Chris, no. No, I'm sorry. I thought you meant how long we have access to the program. No, till Wednesday. Okay, Chris, Wednesday. I'm sorry. I thought you meant because the test drive is over at 4, but I think that it takes a while for them to literally shut everybody off. I thought that's what you meant. So you have to Wednesday. Okay? Hey, you're more than welcome. Hopefully, always try to manage people's expectations in a 2-week test drive. You will not become an expert at trade ideas in 2 weeks. You will not become an expert at trading the market in 2 weeks, okay? And that's just a general. I'm not speaking to you if to October specifically, but just to manage people's expectations. And again, you can always keep coming into the free room. Always available. We've got lots of support, not just myself, but you see Chris between 12 and 1, we have other traders take over in the YouTube room. We've got the webinars, so we've got a lot of support. No, Jason, you need a subscription to trade. The reason why, Jason, is because the simulator works on our real-time data. And so we have to pay. Hey, we'd love to have this all free. 2 weeks free. Never mind this nonsense of $8.99. But the exchanges, they don't care that we want to have a free promo. So, we have to pay them for the data. So consequently, the simulator works on our real-time data. So you have to take out a standard subscription. Listen, you can do it. I don't know if you think 118 minus 25% is a lot. So it would cost you $88 for the month. Yeah, Randy, that's out of my area of expertise. The question is, what are some good dividend stocks to buy? That's not anything I do, so there might be some in the room. I don't know if Chris has any ideas. I have no ideas on that. Yeah, I was pushing for that, William, but it wasn't easy, and it wasn't easy to flip the switch. I actually asked for that after the last test drive. I said we should do that. The question is, we obviously we could take all of our standard subscribers and give them access to premium for 2 weeks. And when this test drive was announced, I asked, well, could we do it for this one? And the answer was technically no. So I said, okay. Hopefully for the next one, maybe they need more lead time. I don't know. It's not a yeah. If it were just flipping a switch, then obviously we could do it. But it's more than just flipping a switch. MCB bookkeeper. Hey, by the way, what is unique about bookkeeper? What is unique about the word bookkeeper? No, that's not unique enough. But it's about the word itself. Nope. Nope, William. Nope. Yes, my own scan. Yes. Right there. At 469. Yes. There you go, Chicken Little. The only word in the English language with 3 double letters in a row. Here you go. So when you're at a boring cocktail party, you can unleash that little gem on people. So yeah, that scan, and it's available. Okay, remember all the scans that I have are available. I have to go to my all I have to do is go to my home page. Yeah, I mean this is I don't think this is over. Yeah, this PD. I mean, just because it's got the room, PDSB, it may not be over. It pulled off that. It held that whole number. I know Real doesn't agree with me, but you know, he said the algos don't care. I still think that whole numbers. It's amazing how much action there is right around a whole number. You know what? If I don't know how to if to tuber, I'm going to give you a. I'm going to give you a scan. I'm going to show you something here. I know you say you're using the stocks like this. You might enjoy this better. Look at AIDS guy, ADES. I think this was early on. 660. Wow, 704 now. It was 10 o'clock alert from my watch list. Now look at it. Look at the volume coming in. But I'm going to give you something that you might like better. I think it's more powerful than the stocks like this. Okay, so I call this the stocks like this template, okay? So you can have as many these are just filters, right? These are just these column headers, they're just filters. And so you can have as many as you want, the ones that might interest you, to see exactly what the software was seeing at the time. Why it's better than the stock like this is that stock like this is in 5-minute increments. I just find it kind of cumbersome. So all you have to do is right click, configure, and symbol lists. And you see where it says single symbol. This is a drop down menu. The default is all symbols. That's typically what you want, right? To scan everything. But if you say single symbol, then you put the symbol in. Okay. Now you need a trigger. Now in this particular case, I guess I was looking for a new, every time it made a new low, but whatever your trigger is, it could be a new highs of the day, new lows of the day, whatever alert you want to use. Say okay, and I have no idea what's going to happen with this one today. Okay, and then you just do a history today. Now you see, now in this particular case, nothing happened after 9:40, but you can see, at 9:31, 9:31, 9:32, 9:32, you can see all of the filter values that were happening, and that's why I'm saying you can add as many filter columns as you want. If you wanted to know, well, what was the 5-minute RSI doing at the time? Well, you just add the column. Okay, does that make sense? A little bit of sense? Way more powerful, my opinion. You just have to remember to go to configure and symbol list, and then go to single symbol, and then put the symbol in, and then run it. Okay, so let me give you that. And again, understand, you can add as many different columns as you want. You don't need, if you don't need some of these columns you may not care about, but you can really customize it. Yeah, sure, I will share the link. So this is an idea for building a scan. The idea is that people say, well, how could I find the next one like this? ADES as an example, okay? How can I find that? So, you look to see, again, right there is where it popped, right? So you could say, okay, if I have all these columns up here and I put my trigger as a new high, I can see what values were used, and then you can start to create a scan using those values. Just maybe catch the next ADES. Is it a guarantee? Of course not. But here are the values. Here are the values. Here are the values. So anyway, I'll give you this. This is definitely advanced. Okay. As long as you appreciate me, Chris. You're funny. Funny man, William. I think you're the only one. Do a refresh. Now, you can't hear me, but... Well, Scott, I mean that's the whole thing. I mean, I can't tell you which filters to use. You know, I know what I like. You know, I'm sharing all the scans that I like. But the reason why we have all of these different alerts and all of these different filters is because you know there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So we tried to create enough so that for the vast majority of our customers, they could combine them in a way to give them the scans they're looking for. Okay? So I mean, I can't tell you how to sift through them all because you're going to have to figure that out yourself, to be honest. Ooh, sugar. Was that layout? Was that pinned? Just a minute. Just a minute. It wasn't a layout. It was just a. Let me just see. Don't load it. No. It was just a window anyway. It wasn't a layout, but it was not pinned. Okay. I didn't think I had that thing pinned. The one that the strong stocks or whatever it was called, action is heating up. I did not think I had that pinned, but yes, IJ, you did say boom, OBLN. You did say that. Yeah, a lot of it is trial and error, Scott. You know, when I first started as a customer in 2010, I mean, a lot of it it's just trial and error. I had to figure out what sort of a trader I wanted to be in terms of what was making sense for me to look at. And when you start off trading, you know, the fact that I'm a momentum trader doesn't mean that you or anybody else will be a momentum trader. That may not suit your eye. A lot of people think that's ridiculous. What they'd rather do is wait for something like this to pull back to this level and then buy it here. Okay, and that's fine. I'm just not a great pullback trader. So I recognize that. So even though I miss out a lot of great pullbacks that work extremely well, you know, I just say, you know what, I can't look at everything. He was kidding. William was kidding when I was, when should I sell the PDSB? I think he was kidding anyway. Of course he was kidding. See, some would have said, you know what? I won't take it here or here or here. I'll wait for a pullback to about $8. Now, did we know it was going to pop from here? Of course not. Not 100%, but that's what a lot of people would do. Say, you know, there's a 2-bar pullback. I know Real likes a 3-bar. A 3-bar pullback on the 5 and the 15, but you know, it pulled back to $8 and from there it bounced. Exactly. I know. He likes a 3-bar pullback. I know. Man, oh man. Excusez-moi. Well, the difference is that I'm probably buying near the high of the day. I mean, that's the main difference. But not just because it's making a new high. It's coming out of some kind of a pattern that I like. So I can't tease trading. I mean, I see things that I like, but sometimes it's hard for me to articulate. You know, it's not a matter of, well, it hit this EMA and it bounced off this. I'm definitely a big proponent of whole number breaks. Yeah, listen, if I could pay a little more attention to these indicators, this ADMA and the 20 SMA, there's a cross. I mean, listen, I would be really in favor. The crosses are excellent, can be excellent. Just a minute, please. Boy, OBLN. Yes, Ija, yes. Praise to Ija from the YouTube room. I mean, look at that break from 3. Wow. Little pause there, and then kaboom. Okay, guys, so considering I am going to be leaving the room at 2:30, okay, so Real will be closing this room at 3. Chris, if he wants to, if there are enough people around, will keep the YouTube room open till 3 when I leave at 2:30, okay? And last, I'll just pump the promo code and all. Okay, so there is the promo code, Test Drive 25. Test Drive 25, 25% off, all right? That's how I get paid, so I'm gonna pump it. Okay, so there's the promo code you can use. Click on my home page link. And where it says get, obviously that's not the promo code to use. Use Test Drive 25 to get 25% off the first month only. The first month or the entire year. And again, if this is my recommendation. If you're unsure, do not go out and buy an annual plan. I mean, you gotta be really comfortable with the product. So you can always start off with a monthly. You can just take the cheapest plan, 118 less 25%. If within 30 days you think, you know what, this is the one, then you can always upgrade. All right. Well, and we'll honor that 25% promo code. So you don't have to hop into an annual subscription. If you want to, great, but I mean, you don't have to. You've got to be comfortable with the program. And let me just see here. Okay, and again, more information from my home page. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day. I do a stock of the day video. All the scans I'm sharing. This is what I'm saying, guys. I'm babbling. Just a minute. Save my link because I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. Here's my layout that I'm sharing. A lot of scans that I'm sharing. And by the way, I don't have all these scans up and running. These are just scans I've created over the years. Something might, up big yesterday, reversing today. You might look at that title, that might be interesting. Do I have it up and running right now? No. Does it mean a month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, I might resurrect it. I didn't have my gap continuation or reverse up and running for a long time. I only brought this back, I don't know, 3 months ago, maybe 2 months ago. Why? I don't know. I think I was using it, probably used it for a couple of years. Maybe I was looking at it and saying, I'm not that interested anymore. Wasn't maybe giving me the looks I was looking for. But I never ever get rid of a scan completely. It's always there in the cloud. And again, all the educational links right here. 20 lessons, daily support. That's in YouTube between 12 and 1 when I take a break. Daily webinars. We're probably back to a normal schedule next week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos. Want more information about the AI right here. Starting trade ideas from scratch. I'm running through this, guys, because you can look at all this at your leisure. Back to basics. You can't get more basic than that. What is a stock? And trading books. Okay, so a lot of information from my homepage. Well, obviously, OBLN discovered the cure for something. Look at this, what a move. And wondering, well, why is it not appearing on my option scanner? Hands up. You know what, Real? I think you should retract your negativity about interactive brokers. You can say, thank goodness there were no shorts available. There you go. You win the prize. Yeah, there are no options. It's not optionable. So consequently, no options. Not optionable. So that's why it would not appear. You're a funny man, Ija. Or woman, I don't know. Well, guys, I think we got some winners here. I mean, this turned out. I mean, it was late too. I mean, these were late, fairly late alerts. I mean, nothing happened until 12:34. All right, the first two, I don't even want to look at them. I mean, they might have moved a bit. 361, nah, not really. And I think this one moved a little bit. The EOSE, 1628. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 1671, not bad. So 3 out of the 4, I mean, but look at this. I mean, the BARFs, the BRFS, inching its way up. And of course, this one, what to say about this one? PDSB got all the way up to 847 from 789. And these can be quick hitters, all right? These are not necessarily ones that are going to have strong trends all day long. You too, Roxana. And again, yeah, my pleasure. If to tuber, there's got to be a reason for that. guys, it's just about it for me. Thanks a lot for anybody who participated in the test drive. I hope you found it, valuable, or whatever term we want to use, helpful, give you a taste of what Trade Ideas is. Again, you're not going to be an expert after 2 weeks, but at least it gives you a taste of what Trade Ideas is. And also, if it's the first time in this room, keep coming back. I mean, you can always ask me questions. I don't want to keep people in the dark. You take a program like this, I mean, you can make it as difficult as you want. And the reason I say that is, some say, well, look at all the alerts and filters you've got. How am I possibly supposed to learn them all? The answer is you don't have to. Okay? Look what I do here. Look how valuable this scan has been, and look what I do. All I do is put a price range in. Okay, I mean, that's nothing. A current volume is at least 3, so it's trading at least 3 times normal in terms of volume. I want my volume to be at least 500,000 shares. And then I use these 2 option filters. Has to be at least 2,000 contracts traded, and that has to represent at least 3 times, 300%, 3 times normal. All right, so if over the last 10 days, and here are the option filters. Let's see if I can find them. I'll look up here. I'll show you. So what that means is if a stock has traded approximately, like, say, 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, on average, for me to see that stock today, it's going to have to trade 6,000 contracts. So do these filters look hard? No, I'm using nothing else. And yet, look at the results we're getting. This, basic new highs and lows. I mean, there's really nothing to it. Again, here's my price. Again, that current volume, powerful filter. 400,000 shares. I want it to be at least up or down 4% from the open. This is a trick EPS. Using this filter allows me to only see stocks as opposed to ETFs. And this is I don't even know if I need this anymore. This count of 60 means it's made at least 60 new highs or 60 new lows. But my point is that I don't have 30 filters in place. And these filters, to me, are pretty easy to understand. Exactly. It's to the time of day. It's up to this time of day. So let's say it's 2:30. So this is trading 4.5 times what it would normally have traded over. It's either 10 or 14 days. It's a kind of a convoluted formula. All right, but that's why it's so powerful. It's up to the time of day. Okay, there's my home page, okay? I actually have Grill on my watch list. I don't think it did anything today, did it? Or I had it on yesterday. I'm sure I had it on yesterday. Maybe I don't have it on today. It didn't trigger. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. So, Real, thank you so much. Shut the room down at 3. Don't let them talk you into keeping it open till 4. Okay. So, Chris, if you want, if there are enough people in there and you want to keep going, yeah, I'll keep YouTube open for you. Okay. Are you still there? I want to make sure you're still there. Just want to make sure you're still there, Chris. So you guys can in YouTube, you can stay there till 3 if you want. I think Chris is still there. Just have to have somebody moderate the room. That's all. Okay, you're streaming now. Okay, Chris, great. Okay, I will stop my stream right now, so you can yak at them for a while, half an hour, or as long as you want. Okay.
All right, I'm back. So I was listening to Barry a little bit, finishing up there with everybody for the test drive. So, like you were saying, hopefully you guys all got something out of the test drive. And even if, you don't subscribe today, a lot of free education that we put out there, more based around the software, but there's a lot of trading knowledge to be learned there too. So, uh, you know, sign up, attend the webinars, keep coming to the room, and when you think you're ready, if you're not ready yet, make that subscription choice then, if and then when you're ready. Yaja, how are you? Grill. Add grill to your watch list, Barry. What'd grill do? Grilling some burgers. Let's see. What does it look like? No. Sub $4 is way out of my range. Interesting all the same. What are they? Muscle Maker. Limited service restaurant. Chain business offers protein-based meals featuring chicken, seafood, pasta, and hamburgers. Now I'm hungry. Da, da, da. So, kind of a lackluster close in the markets, it looks like here. Bring that drawing tool back over. Gap up here on the SPY. Just a fade through the day. Now you can see this 20 SMA starting to suppress that price action. It got above it. Now it's just pressing it down. You could do that with a lot of it moving averages though. It just happens to be what I'm watching, that's all. No magic ones. Ugh. You guys don't like me very much. You went from 40 viewers to 16. Barry dropped out. I see how it is. So let's see here. Let's build an alert window until someone starts asking questions. Had some ideas recently. I wanted to give a shot here. Did I find Barry's options scanner? I have it, yeah. I don't currently have it displayed here. um, did you need a link for that? You were watching on 2-way, alright. It's like me, sometimes I'm watching or listening in this room and in the other room too for Barry. Alright, so This idea that I've had recently, I don't know how it'll translate to anything. Oh, okay, you got it. All right, yeah, it's a good scanner, that option scanner. That's for sure. Um, I don't really trade like that as much anymore, but any thoughts that would help me on the trade idea strength alerts? I mean, my first thing would be don't buy blindly into it. Have an idea, not just on what Michael's created on that list, but you know, um, have your own idea. Looking at those stocks, and how you're going to share size, how much you're willing to risk to a downside, what you think is a potential downside. Um, just like any other trading, you got to have some sort of plan to it. You can't just because someone said something looks good. Well, how does it look good? Why does it look good? Where does it look good? And when does it stop looking good? Those are the questions you have to ask yourself. I mean, the beauty with it is that scan that Michael's created, or I don't even know exactly how the whole thing works, how he comes up with the stocks. It has to do with what's called our Market Explorer. But essentially, I mean, it's true and back tested, not just a few days. He goes way back on that thing. So it's something that, has it's really statistically weighted for success, essentially. Now, nothing is guaranteed, but it's giving you a statistical advantage. Think about, if you were able to count cards at the poker table every time you walked up and nobody else could do that, it doesn't necessarily mean you're winning every hand, but you've now put the odds in your favor. So that's how I would think of it, Brian, is that you've got a set of quote unquote alerts or ideas that are statistically weighted, and you might combine that with what you're trying to get out of it, what you're trying to, how you want to share size, and then maybe combine that in a little bit of what the overall market's doing. Um, while obviously any stock can go alpha opposite the market at any given time, rising tide lifts all boats. So if those are statistically weighted well, and you have a market that's chopping sideways, probably you're going to see a tiny bit of alpha on those. If you have a market that's moving up, it's probably really going to give a boost to those. And if you have a market that's moving down, you're going to want to be a little careful, and in that sense. And some of them have moved up in a down market, some haven't. So that's how it point you at that, Brian. Stan, is a 24% discount available? No, but the 25% is. I think Barry was sharing those before with you. The code, I think it's test driver. Um, I think this is it right here. Test driver 25 is the code. There, Stan. So if you're not a subscriber already, head to the pricing page or whatever on the website on the homepage, and you make a selection from there and use that code. If you are a subscriber, you're looking for like that upgrade or whatever it is that Barry was talking about for. I don't know exactly how all the upgrades work. That's the account management people. Send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. So that would be what I would point you towards for that. I believe it's good till next Wednesday, is what I was told. Um, Give me a second here. I'll get confirmation and add this alert to what I'm doing here. Ba, 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 ba. No R. Oh, so all right. He's got it right there. So Wednesday midnight. Yep, sounds right. Oh, it's test drive. Oh, okay. I see what you mean by no R. No, not test drive or test drive. Alrighty. Knew it was something like that. Forgive me. All right. So the idea that I was thinking about behind this scan is I was looking at something that's up for the day technically, has pulled back, and is now moving up again with a new 5-minute high at least. So, this is the basis of how I do a scan. Can you tell us the new features of the upgrade? Does it apply to standard version also? You're welcome, Brian. So, Stan, essentially it's going to be container windows. I can't show it right now because of the version that of Trade Ideas that I'm on. I can't, there's nothing I can do right now. It's on a internal development version that I can't currently load right now because I have some other things going on. However, um, sorry, taking a look at something here. Everybody, you know how our windows all clip together. Well, everybody's always wanted container windows. We've added that. That's what's coming down the pipeline. But there's more to it where you're going to have these different tabs, and essentially you'll be able to click between different scans in the tabs in the container windows. It's a little hard to describe without the visualization of it, but it's going to save space on people's screens, number one, and B, it's going to help people organize so much more. You look at kind of the mess that I have going on around here. I'll be able to organize this a whole lot better with that container window, essentially. So it's really exciting stuff, and it's a feature that I will say is probably in the top 5, if not top 3, asked about features for at least the last 5 years, at least. So that's more or less the short and skinny of what that's going to be. We're going to look for a change from open here for a scan. From open, let's see, percent. Add that filter. Let's see. Let's see. We're still up 1%. Let's start there for fun. Got to be at least 1% from the open. What else do we want to do here to make it a pullback now? Search, change. Change in, whoops, excuse that. I got a phone line here. Mute them. Alright, so change in. Let's see, change in the last 30 minutes. I add that filter, and here comes the show me function. So I want to see a minimum of, let's say, minus 1.5%. The stock was up, but I don't want it up, so we want to go a maximum. So price was down no more than 1.5. Let's reverse that. What do we do? What happens if we do this? 1.5 minus. And this is how we build scans. This is how I build scans. Yes, it will be available on the standard version. Absolutely. So show me where it was up, flat, down at least. How do I make this want to be a pullback? I'm not doing something right here. There we go. So no value in the minimum. 1.5 minus 1.5. That's getting me what I want right there. So, alright, we've got that added. So now we know we're up on the day. We've made a pullback in the last 30 minutes. Let's give it some volume here. Shares traded on the day. Let's see. I want to see. We want to start seeing it early, but we want to make sure it's liquid. So let's say 100,000 on the volume for the day. Alright. Pretty simple to start with. Let's just start there. We've named it already. So look, pullback, 5-minute new high. New high on the 5 minutes is the trigger. Got to trade at least 100,000 shares today. It's pulled back at least 1.5% in the last 30 minutes, but yet it's still up 1% from today's open. And we're going to press OK. I'll bring this over, and 240 was the last alert on that. Well, not a stock that I'm overly interested in considering its price range. And alerted at, what's the price? 254, so not so great right there. However, let's run a history on it today. And this is where we start. Now I do like to organize my scans a certain way where I like it time, symbol, price. Let's bring volume over here because I know what the alert type is, so I don't really care. If anybody has questions while I'm doing this, throw them out there. I see we're back up to 30 views. I've got a few minutes before I have to exit for the day myself. So let's go back in history here. Let's see. So we alerted this one. All right, so had some alpha there. Alerted at 9:31. I had a great run on it. Not too early in the day. 9:36 was the time that alerted. All right, that's not a bad trade right there. ERJ. I am bag holding this currently. Not really bag holding it. I'm flat on the day with it right now. But it alerted at 32. It had a good run, good couple minute run there. Tal 43.41. Terrible alert. AI even shorted it. Oh wait, no, Tal 43.41 alerted early. Sorry, the AI is skewing what it's doing right here because the AI is stealing it. I don't know if you guys can see that. So this is where the AI actually shorted it, but I got the alert in this bar probably right around here. No, right around here actually. So yeah, that went on to be a nice winner, early winner. So 3 for 3 so far, not bad. Couple of pennies of alpha on all those. I can't back test it for the day, but I'll tell you what, we can back test it for yesterday because the back tester's not going to run run today because all that data has to come in to the servers. Let's back test it 5 days. I don't get too much results right now. Although I am a big proponent if we could get our back tester to go back forever and a day. The problem is finding accurate data that goes back. I'm actually doing a lot of research on quant stuff right now and a book that I'm reading on advanced quant and back testing. It's really actually quite interesting. Risk management. We don't want any risk management. We're just gonna. Actually, you know what? We're looking at. Let's do a timed exit here. Let's start with 45 minutes after we entered. Risk management. That will skip. 5 days we're looking at. So there we go. Back testing on the open. 45 minutes after the entry. We're getting out on that, and there's nothing else. Here you go. Running the back tester. This is where we start. So, blah. Has a great pop. Last few days, not so much. All right. I come to the optimizer here. Let's start with price intervals. Let's go with $1 price intervals. And we can see what that yields for results. So not a lot to really cut on price intervals in a sense here like that. A little tough right there. Alright, let's look at time of day. It's a scanning platform to be used, Michael. We have a direct API link with interactive brokers that we've had for years and years and years. We're in a public beta for E-Trade. We're working on TD, but it's really hard because their API data is absolutely horrible. In order for our link to work, our Interface Brokerage Plus needs their data to update your positions correctly, and their API data, it comes out absolutely awful. It's really a shame, unfortunately. So it is what it is. So essentially we're trying to find a workaround for it, and the way it works is we first have to basically beg these corporations to let us into their API to plug into it. And once they say yes, which is no small feat, then we get in and we say, well, your data is whatever. And they say, yeah, that's not our problem. We don't care. You're the one that wanted to plug into it. So they're forcing us to fix their data essentially. So here, we can see right here that if we cut things out before 9:40, we can cut a lot of losers out. So I'm going to bring back the summary on that. Let's go back to back test. And we're going to do the start time at 9:40. And we're going to simulate the buy again. See what we can cut out. We had 500 trades, so let's see how many trades we come down. Let's see what this looks like after this. And still 500. No, I did something wrong. Had to have, right? Still worked to be 500 trades for some reason. Probably the same symbols enter just later. So, but we can see here Um, we cut 4 cents off our losers. We added 1 penny on our winners. We took the strategy return like that. Projected return went from minus 71% to minus 44%. Went from a 1.02 profit factor to 1.26 just by cutting off that right there. I always disclaimer this, Michael. Our our API link, whether it is E-Trade or IB or TD, when we finally do get that working, it's not meant for scalping. It's not meant for fast stuff like that. And this is why. One, this backtester and optimizer I'm showing off right here right now works on 1 minute candles. You're not going to find anybody that has tick by tick data like that and spreads and all that stuff like that, because it's going to vary from platform to platform. And with God knows how many trading platforms that are out there, there's just no way to get that kind of accurate data. Nobody's ever going to be able to build it. I won't say nobody, but as of now, right now, that's not happening. So if you're trying to micro scalp pennies, you might be getting stopped and started in the same candle without even knowing it. So the optimizer may show it working out, but in real life it's going to fall apart. And so that's why those micro scalping, trading, optimizing, things like that don't work. And it's not just our optimizer. You can find anybody else that does what we do or anywhere in the ballpark of it, and you're going to get the same results. Number 2 is for all the people out there that think that they're going to outsmart the hedge funds and the high frequency traders and all those things like that, and they've got some strategy that all I'm doing is scalping out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pennies or something like that with huge shares. Google some articles about some of these companies that have paid millions and millions of dollars just to be 10 feet closer to the servers that are running this whole game right here. Do you think that they're paying tens of millions of dollars for 10 feet because they think it isn't worth it? And that you're going to come up with something in your desk at home that's going to outsmart those guys that are literally investing tens of millions of dollars for 10 feet because the speed of light matters that much? So, that's how that goes with that stuff. So, once again, nothing is impossible. Improbable, more like it, though. So, let's continue with we'll play with this backtester here. I still got a couple of minutes before I have to exit. And of course, if anybody wants to chime in anything or an idea. So, this is the next set of the optimizer here. We're going to go to the other filters, and let's see what we got here. You have all these filters that we have, and now I can take any one of these and start to filter and optimize that filter, even if it's not actually in my scan. So we were using a change in 30-minute %, right? So now we've got that up here, and we can see how we might be able to utilize this. All right, and let's put it in 0.25 increments. All right, and we can see what these values are right here. All right, and see if there's a way that we might be able to cut some fat from this trade, essentially. So we don't see a lot of trades going on in here, but a lot of losers in the ones that happened. So we can right click here, and we can set the minimum value right here to this here, or set the maximum value, or we could do this here, min and maximum value to those values that are right there. All right. So, and to show you on this end of the scan what it looks like, we can come into the configure to do the same thing. What I was showing you is more of a fancy way to do it. But essentially, if we want to see things that aren't going more than this here, so let's say the maximum, all right, and we wanted to set the maximum, minimum here, all right, so we've got those there. And so let's see. Anything that had changed more than that. So let's see here. Is that a minus 6.26 that we want to go? Minus 6.5. Let's see what happens here. See if I did that right. And we bring the next set of results in. It didn't really help us any. We'll drop that. And we come back to the configure. And I can tell you I have spent an incredible amount of nights banging my head against the desk, doing this over and over again, thinking I was going to create the scan of all scans and I was going to be the richest person in the world. And 2 years from now, with this unbelievable scan that I created, and well, while I'm paying my bills comfortably, I am not the richest person in the world. Let's see here. So I don't know, there's a lot of optimizing to do on that. Backtest strips. And we come back to the configure. And again, if anybody has anything they want to chime in or ask or demonstrated, you got about 5 minutes before I have to skedaddle. Let's see what happens when we throw this value in there. Well, that looks pretty healthy, but it only produced 27 trades in 5 days. So we're taking quality over quantity. Now here's the real test in back testing, or the other real test, the daily. You want to see a lot of these green bars. You don't want to see a lot of these red bars. Hi, Barry. Sorry, I'm not Barry. However, I'll do my best to answer 3 questions. How does TI decide how much money worth of a trade it will execute? For example, you have 100K to spend in your account. Will the AI consider so? And moderate profit beats conservative as day passes. Shouldn't AI be programmed to predict? No, the AI is not programmed to predict. However, I will show you this. What am I doing here? I'm not sure what you mean by it does not put profit price. You mean profit target? Because some aren't. Some of the algorithms in it aren't designed for profit target. They're designed for a time stop instead, and that's what the optimizer and the backtester that she did on the strategy dictated from the night before. That's how it backtested best, is without that. Right on. First thing I always do is tighten up price range. Yeah, nope, that's exactly. So everybody kind of has their go-to with that there, Kev. So, all right, as far as the AI goes, if you're looking at, how that goes, so if you go to right click and edit long and edit short when you're editing the AI and Brokerage Plus for automation, it's edit all the long strategies and edit all the short strategies. You can't edit individual strategies. You can turn on and turn off individual strategies, but she will manage what you're doing for the trade by you picking, are you basing it on your stop loss? So if I had a stop loss of $30 for every trade, using her stop loss, because she puts out a stop loss everywhere, Holly, that's how she'll share size. Or I can take a fixed amount of dollars, or I can take a fixed amount of shares. That's how that works. As far as your other question, the AI predicting what's going to do best, you can do best of conservative, moderate, or time signal here, or segment time, but what you have to understand is that once it enters a trade, it's already set the exit that it's going to make. It will not adjust it. Just moving forward, if one or the other has been working better, that's how it will select the exit moving forward for the next trade that it enters. So that's kind of how that will work in that sense. So I hope that makes sense, and that kind of helps answer your questions as far as that goes. But there is no predictions. All you do is put statistical probability in your favor. That's it. So, all right, so we did that with that, and that cut out almost all of our trades. It's how much money is it? It's how much money you decided it is. So let's say that her stop loss is at $1 below the entry price, all right? And you have your share sizing based on stop loss, and it's going to share size according to that. That's how much money worth of the stock it will take. In the beta, the AI doesn't give option for best of conservative mode. It should. Are you talking about it has it? If you go to edit long and here, you should find that right here. Best of. This is in Brokerage Plus. That's not in her alert window. I don't want these two to be confused. That's Brokerage Plus. This is her alert window. While they have their similarities in a sense, they are not the same thing. They are not created equal. They do not hold the same functions. This is just a fancy alert window, this one here. AI Trades All. Hold on. All right, let me... launch the beta here. And then I have to run from here. Load layout. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't need to load the layout at this point. AI. Turn long. They took it away. I did not know that. I'm on a completely different version than you. Alright, apparently they've taken it away. I don't have a reason for why, and I was unaware of this. So, here, send an email to here and ask about it and see if I can get you an answer. Send us an email there inquiring about that and see if I can get you an answer for that. I'm sure there's a reason, but I was not privy to that, and I do not automate the AI. So, all right, guys, 3 o'clock. I have to run. Thanks for hanging out the last half hour with me. Hope you got something out of it, and have a great weekend, everybody. We'll catch y'all on Monday. Take care. Bye-bye.